Happy Tuesday to you all. Welcome back to another episode of Street Fighter League Pro Japan. My name is Vicious here again with Saint Cola to bring you all the action that's going to be coming in from the S Division. That's right. We've been going back and forth these last couple of days to experience the best from Japan while we've divided up to two different divisions. Now, just in case you have been following along, just in case you haven't, we have to break it down for you guys at home. Again, we had 12 teams in total. There's just too much talent for them to just go at each other just all in one. So we had to divvy it up into two different sections. Now, with that in mind, again, we still have so much to go through. Obviously, we have so much talent that's going on across the entirety of Japan to kind of cover, and just in case, we have 60 of those matches to go through. It's going to be an entire sequence of round robins, right, when it comes to both Division S as well as Division F. For those that happen to be catching it right now over in Capcom Fighters, well, you're going to be used to a lot of these matches going pretty much down to the wire. But if you're unfamiliar with how the rules go, Seikola has that breakdown for you.
Yes, I do, people. We return back to the home and away sides where three teams will pick three players for the first and second, and lastly, their anchor match. The away team puts up their players and characters control type first for each game, and the home side second, giving them a slight advantage to be able to check out, configure based on what they see against the away side. So the away side will have to have a strategy when they do go up, which we have seen throughout the league. The first to two, and first to three will be for the first and second and third games, respectively. Yes, that anchor game will get the first to three, 10 point, and 20 points, respectively, for all of that. If it becomes down to a tie, we will get that first one, aka the first to death. That lion's share of the points, 5 points totality for that. So 25 points is what we'll be leaving with if that happens. And we have seen that happen in the very first episode, actually twice in that episode. The top three teams of each division will be seeing to the playoffs, and the top team from the playoffs from each division will be battling it out at the grand finals to be the best in land Japan and face off against the US and EU teams.
And it's kind of like a scary thought, because like, how are you able to really like grind out this many months of games, right, and like keep that endurance as the meta evolves? It's going to be unpredictable, right, going through it. It's going to be so hard to even pick and pretty much make that decision earlier on as a fan, right?
Oh, 100%. Considering how stacked all these teams are, whether it be their characters, whether it be their players, their strategy. We've seen even last year just a big result here from DetonatioN FocusMe, which I don't think many people thought was going to happen. And same with Donate Squad, not making it through the second half of the season. So who knows what's going to happen here at Street Fighter League, considering the meta changes, the strategy changes, and the quality of the teams are just so stacked and so in contention together.
Yeah, and again, as we talked about the rulings, right, we talk about like the advantageous position that you would get being in the home side. That is pretty much given to like all of the teams first and foremost, right, to make sure to like get the maximum like fairness in regards to like how the match is going to be going. But keep in mind that all of these teams will be playing off against each other at least 2 times throughout the season. So the matches that you're going to be seeing throughout Division F are going to consist of these 6 teams, right? Today it's going to be DetonatioN, it's going to be Shinobism Gaming versus DetonatioN FocusMe, then FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN versus Nagoya NTP Oja, as well as Saishunkan Kumamoto going up against Good 8 Squad.
One team I'm really looking forward to seeing is Shinobism Gaming. Leaving with 0 points last time and not have the result they wanted in the previous Street Fighter League, Street Fighter 6 edition, I feel like they got something to prove even more so today. So I want to see how they come through. I want to see what their character lineup is going to be. I want to see how Mochi leads his team to victory this time, if they're able to. But, you know, of course, their opponents being second place spotters right there, they're not going to be easy to take down.
No, and I agree with that. And all things considered, right, when you compare it to the amount of points from their predecessors, from their other peers, in comparison to day one, it was pretty much a slaughterhouse. There were 2 sets of matches that went down to the wire, which were tiebreakers, and for very good reason, because there's so much on the line, right? With 8 million yen on the line, with the lion's share of 5 million to first, 2 million to second, and 1 million to third, there's a lot of pressure that goes into it, as well as the strategy involved around it, right? So even with that being said, Shinobism Gaming isn't too far from the cut just right off the bat. Like, you're looking at day 2, they're only at like a 20 to 25 point threshold away from tying it up from another team, right?
It's true. And also, in addition to all the prize pool that we have seen, there will be awards divvied out, so there's even more pressure upon that. Season MVP, Point Getter Award, Win Rate Award, Rookie of the Year Award, and my favorite, Drive Impact Award, all be divvied out 50K yen each total between each of those awards. So there's a lot just beyond just getting victory for your team or getting close to your team. There's even more individuality that's awarded out here at Street Fighter League Japan this season.
Before we actually get really serious, what do you think is going on in the players' minds when it comes to some of these awards? It's like, would you intentionally start drive impacting a little bit more? You're like, I gotta treat myself to a nice like 50K bonus. Like, would you start doing like more drive impacts because of these awards?
Brother, if they over 30, I'm smashing that continuously, expeditiously. I am mashing that button. But I do feel like that does weigh on their mind. Like I feel like they're looking more forward to doing some of these things or aiming for these points because there is more of that money on there.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I mean, like, what character wouldn't, right? If there's an opportunity for you to get like more drive impacts, like let's just say for an example, you get a drive impact punish counter, and there's a way to do like another drive impact route, right? It's ideal if it's like taking down their drive gauge as well. So it makes a lot of sense. It's like, yo, I can get some money for this. You know, that it just makes so much sense to do it, right?
It's a good feeling. It's definitely a good feeling. So we'll see what happens. We've seen already that happen in the meta where people are taking away their drive gauge, using drive impact. So I definitely want to see how these players acclimate to not only awards, but also just, again, back to the meta, how everything has been shifting around, how people have been playing around burnout, how they've been keeping their drive gauge, how they've been taking away drive gauge, really taking ODDP so that the other person has less to work around with. I love the evolution of the meta. And as you mentioned, I feel like at this point, we're getting closer and closer to a new launch of a character. And also the new replay thing, which we'll be talking about a little bit later on, more ways to practice and prepare.
Prepare for these exact awards that Senkola had just mentioned too. With a side note, again, they were talking about having the replay function, being able to take control of the character mid-replay. A fantastic addition to any fighting game, really. So that fact that like Street Fighter 6 has it in their kit now is going to be, or at least when Terry comes out, it's going to be such a fantastic ordeal. As well as like the virtual AI, right? I want to be able to like fight off against a pro player without having to like go to a major or something. I don't necessarily know exactly like one-to-one how the AI is going to work, but if it's like, all right, well, if we can somehow capture like the ghost of a pro player, like, or at least how a Iidabashi Zangief would play his Zangief in comparison to like a Mena or a D in the way he plays his Zangief, you get to have that experience now, right? I would imagine it would be somewhat along those lines. If not, that's a missed opportunity. But talking about the meta, right? There's been a lot of talk in regards to the DLC getting a lot of love nowadays, right? I think as the meta is going to evolve, you would start to see a little bit of a shift kind of go towards those characters as well as what the counter strategy is going to be like. So it also brings up a lot of the questions when it comes to the matchups at hand. Will people be prepared for an Ed, Akuma, a Bison, even more so as the weeks go on? Obviously, that answer is going to be like more so like towards a yes, but would that adaptation necessarily be a counterpick character or playing those said characters, right?
I feel like there's also like the element of like people, as you mentioned, like a little bit, finding these characters out, like finding the DLC, seeing that they are strong, especially Ed, one of those characters that people didn't really rate high, but at Topanga we saw a million of them, and that was like a clear sign this character has something good about him. Besides just the level 2 dream conversions that we see, it's just the neutral is really good. If you use your bar right, he's still pretty damaging up in the corner. His corner pressure up, especially if in burnout, is really good. So we've seen that kind of work out just recently at Queen City Convergence when, you know, Men RD was fighting the Ed players. We've seen the DLC also evolve, so the players also moving to the DLC and putting their own staple on. Angry Bird, for example, is playing a lot of Akuma, trying to figure out if that's going to be his character. So you're right, I want to see how people acclimate to the character, if they go back to their other characters, their older characters, if they have side picks just in case, because all the DLC, they're all good characters. In fact, some of them are on the top spots, but some of them might have some bad matchups. So I want to see if we do get some old picks just to cover those.
Right, and that's going to be the beauty of the team format here at Street Fighter League Japan. Throughout the entirety of all Street Fighter Leagues in general, right? We've adopted that rule, or adopted that rule, I should say, of going between the home and away teams. And speaking of which, it's time to get our introduction going, right? We got the away team stepping up to the plate first. It's Shinobism Gaming starting things off with Johnny, the swanky ninja. Now, we've had a lot of promise with this guy for quite some time now. Let's see how he steps up to the plate during today's matches. In the meantime, we get to talk about Fujimura. He's made the full switch into Akuma, like we talked about, trying to find that main for himself. the Grave Maker as well. Followed by Yamaguchi. He's moved on and he's doing just fine with that Ed. He might just be the vanguard for today's episode, and we'll find that out if that's true. However, they're all going to be led by the man with the plan, Mochi of Shinobi Prime. You see him getting ready for the swagger. That is the Ed genius himself, who had pretty much coined the Dream Ed combo, or the Ed Dream combo, I should say. It's lack of better phrasing on my English part, because English is hard at this hour. But this is the composition of Team Shinobism Gaming. Very, very excited to see it.
I'm sorry, I'm excited to see DetonatioN FocusMe if they're going to be able to get beyond the top spot that they got previously. They were second last year. Now, can they claim a victory and go to the US and EU battle arena next year? And again, this team, a team of utility when it comes to the lineup. You've got a grappler, you've got a rushdown character, you've got a mixed character, and you've got the Akuma, the toolkit character. And with the players behind them that are piloting them, it's definitely a team that you should still be looking out for to be super strong. Let's take a look at the players and who they play. Team DetonatioN FocusMe once again. The stage first is Mr. Optimal. Shout out to Yipes. It's Machabo, the anti-air god himself, back with his spirit animal, Akuma. Let's see how far he can go with the Goki. After that, it's going to be the Trickster, young Johnny John Takeuchi, on the Rashid, one of the most aggressive Rashids in the business. After this is going to be Shippujin Rai. Always lets it fly. It's the Evo Japan champion. Nauman on the Ken. Pressure up in the corner is one to behold. And if you're hungry, he's got you. The meal ticket coming through. Iidabashi, Zangief capitalization on the Zangief. This guy thinks that Zangief is top 5. You know what? I'm not going to tell him different because he believes in his character, and then I'll take him to the top spot. Again, a team of utility, and with the characters being a lot stronger this season, or at least balanced out to be still similar in strength, they have a good chance of making it pretty far in this league.
And they're already looking in high spirits. It's actually kind of funny to see how well this team really synergizes in and out of the game, right? I think it's something to do with the leader. I feel like Iidabashi Zangief has always had like somewhat of a whimsical nature to him. I think that's like the mind of the grappler. He wants to make sure there's a little bit of chaos in everybody's minds, and to kind of like let go of the seriousness, right? I think that's one of the better parts of watching this team play. But in our series now, we have our away order. It's going to be, the Vanguard stepping up to the plate first. It is indeed Yamaguchi, followed by Fujimura, and then anchored by Mochi. What do you think of this composition? We have two Eds starting and ending with a little Goki in between.
Ed sandwich, delicious. I mean, this character is super good. Ed is fantastic. I think he fights most characters that are in the lineup of DetonatioN fine. So I do like this composition overall, and I do like Mochi coming up at the very end, character aside, because you know that he wants to show up for his team. We saw the emotion when his team lost last year. We've seen him be upset even just last episode, not making any points on the board. What better person to send up at the very end than the captain to finish things off if need be, or take it to a tie game if it comes to that. But I like that composition character-wise, player-wise, but in response, I want to see what DetonatioN does.
Ooh, it's going to be Rashid stepping up to the plate. It's going to be John Takeuchi to set the pace with Ed first. We've seen this matchup a couple of times over get blown up sky high over at EWC against some of the Rashid players that were not fully prepared for Ed. However, we already have probably a pretty decent amount of days that have gone by since their first exchange. And also a lot of data on CFN. I think, we talk about the amount of practice some of these cats have. A well-informed type of John Takeuchi can be very, very effective and a very, very dangerous one, right? I think overall, we've seen a lot of Eds take down the big Rashids in the current meta thus far in the CPT.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Rashid players are still trying to figure out what to do against this character this season. You have a lot of variance in where you can jump in if you have the enhancement. You have also good fireball pressure, but it feels like the Eds are just so slippery, able to avoid like some of the, shorter reaching buttons that the character has, being able to out-nooch the character with flicker at distances, stand medium kick, where it's hard for Rashid to kind of get in. He has to drive rush in, and now the Ed players have gotten really good about drive rush checking. I feel like that's something that's improved with crouching light kick. We've seen jabs as well, if they get a bit closer. We've seen the Ed players acclimate to the drive rush meta that Rashid kind of has to rely upon. His neutral, his normals are kind of subby, kind of short besides crouching medium kick and sweep, I guess. And so the Rashid players have to maneuver around the long limbs. I want to see what the Trickster has in store. However, Yamaguchi, we've known him to be like a very defensive-based player with his defensive-based timings. Back when he played Yuri in Street Fighter V, even with DJ, the defensive times that he's had in this game have been ridiculous. I want to see how the Trickster breaks this down.
Right, just for face value, you're looking at the way that any type of Rashid player plays, right? They want to have the upper hand and also really enforce the point of offense. One of the biggest things that I do like to highlight is that the fact that Ed doesn't really have necessarily the best defense, right? He does have an invincible GP upon wake up, but that invincibility doesn't become really active until like the 13th or so frame where it actually can hit you, right? So with that long kind of startup, there are a lot of ways for the opponent to kind of bait that out with a medium enough normal, as long as it recovers before that 13th frame that becomes active, so that they are allowed to get that pressure in and also safely be able to block because of that whole thing, because of the frame data behind it, right? So one of the biggest things I'm going to look for is, one, how soon the Rashid is going to implement their offense, and two, what the Ed's going to do in response upon wake up, whether they utilize any sort of like counter hit timing, not counter hit timing, but excuse me, like delayed jabs, wake up drive reversal, and even like what they're going to do in regards to like their block sequences, right? Are they just going to continue blocking? Are they going to use the gyro reversal? Then afterwards, when they spot any sort of like overzealousness with the Rashid's pressure, that's the most I'm going to be looking for when it comes to Yamaguchi upon wake up. However, we'll see what happens, right? Because there's a lot of Ed players that can be pretty aggressive. Like once we talk about the flicker, for example, flicker pressure is so difficult to deal with. Just having to guess off of a parry or even just holding on to it, right?
Yeah, it's pretty nasty thing about neutral, and then when you try to go for like drive impact, they kill rush back, they whip punish you if they're at the proper distance, and players have gotten really good about where they're standing, so that's not landing. So I like seeing the adjustments from the Ed players, and I like seeing people have to rise to the occasion and fight this character that was, at the beginning of the patch, people did not think got enough love, and I think he is more than just fine. Let's look at the interviews real quick. Yamaguchi said, "We lost straight to Good 8 Squad last episode, so we want to win this time. We want to win this game to get going." John says, "I was the only one who lost the last episode. I want to get a win this time and keep the flow from last time." So he's emboldened to get the W. Let's see if we can get that aggression up. One thing you can do up in this matchup, though, as a Rashid player that I've been learning, is that if you space out the Arabian Cyclone on block, it's hard for Ed to strike back. Too short with the normals, and the other one's a little bit just not in distance, so you can use that as kind of like a space trap. We'll see if Yamaguchi falls for that.
I need to see what that is, actually. I want to see what you're talking about in regards to the Arabian Cyclone, because the light version is definitely punishable. I'm pretty sure Ed does have that kind of range, but either way, we'll see if that situation arises. Here we go, Ed and Rashid. Yamaguchi versus John Takeuchi, game 1.
Plus frames. Breaks the throw right after, though. That flicker being really annoying with the neutral. So now we're trying to establish things with fireballs, but that's why we see the jump in with the jump fears.
Already applying your pressure. Man, what a jump out too from John Takeuchi. Yamaguchi might have tried to do like maybe a delayed uppercut perhaps, but he did get clipped on the way down, hence the cross up. Attempting with the space with the fireball. I like John Takeuchi taking this pace up until this point, but Yamaguchi, yeah, OD for OD just to neutralize the fireball threat. This is the kind of spacing, right? Yamaguchi is going to be way more intimidating just being able to throw out his fireball. John Takeuchi, he's going to keep getting this enhanced whirlwind majority of the time just to kind of like tempt the idea and possibly snipe out maybe a fireball. Ooh, and the flicker. Again, we were talking about it earlier, right? We were talking about the fireball game that Ed can break down. He has his fireball of his own, and he also has the flicker. Here we go. Tick throw close to the corner now. John Takeuchi, how do you get out?
Jump out. Side switch out here. So we have to enact that pressure you were talking about before. Punish with the forward, heavy kick, light mixer right after it. Plus frames a trade. Yamaguchi trying to walk him down. Back to mid-screen, level 2. The win condition, let's see what it do. Get that push. Breaks the throw. This is going for just a little bit longer. The crouching light kick opens up. But not bad, all things considered. Only holding a little bit of damage, but we're still caught up in the corner. Not so good now.
This is the defense we were talking about, right? What happens when your opponent just decides to throw rock over and over and over again against your RPS? It's going to be really, really difficult for Yamaguchi to even guess. There were multiple times he got thrown for a counter hit. He actually flash parried as well, or tap parried, I should say. But John Takeuchi, man, back-to-back throws, it was so hard for him to contest against. But in this final round, we'll see if John Takeuchi can be able to get that again. Already has Yamaguchi in the corner. in a different way. It wasn't even off of a knockdown. He kind of forced his way through.
Yeah, using the fireballs to charge up the different timings instead of just using it as like a poke against like the preemptive buttons. Trade, tick throw right after. Haven't seen level 2 just yet. Drive rush, he gets to counter it. Side switch off the OD, Eagle Spike right after. Level 2 off this knockdown. Once again, in a bad position, Yamaguchi. The defense we talked about to be tested here. Oh no, the pickup off the medium enhanced mixer.
One more sequence for John Takeuchi. He does have drive gauge, so a single hit confirm can do it for him. Yamaguchi does have full critical art, so I guess in a sense, he might be able to get a full comeback as well. Trying to bait, was a frame trap. Dang, that was so deep on that uppercut. That was past his shoulder. I can't believe it. Yamaguchi getting closer to his win condition. That's a forward throw. Can do it again, but he does have a flicker instead. An immaculate tech from John Takeuchi at the very last second.
He's the one caught up in the corner. Drive rush, tries to back off. OD, strike though, goes to the low to open him up. Only a little bit of damage here. It's a one-touch scenario either side. What's going to be applied? John Takeuchi find an opening. Staggers the medium.
About 10 seconds
finds
on the
side switch.
And he actually gets it. The low medium kick connects at the very last second too, with 10 seconds remaining before, but now 5. That was actually so close. Yamaguchi was trying to create space for himself just in case, but gets clipped in doing so. And that's very deceptive, right? That happens so often against a Rashid matchup. His low medium kick being pretty deceptively far.
Try to walk away from all those throws that have happened continuously. It makes sense to catch him back or with the shimmy to a crouching medium kick. Back dashes away. He's outside his corner, but this time Yamaguchi has the perfect angle for the DP. Forward medium punch in the spacing off the Arabian Cyclone. Cancels, gets the throw right after, charge up with the fireball. Actually gets hit, caught him jumping.
He was just trying to catch the fireball today, I guess. I don't know what it was from Yamaguchi, but he caught the fireball right to the face. Arabian Cyclone does manage to at least knock him up airborne, but no, there is no way to get that follow-up.
Oh, just get a punch the second time. On that perfect spacing, ODDP burns himself out. Is this a good idea against the likes of John Takeuchi on this Rashid? Pops level 2. Wants to make this an easier victory for himself. Not impossible, but it is drive impact, and that's a wrap. It's hard to fight back. Even in that corner, you have to get like a back throw. Set point here for John Takeuchi.
Backdash again. John Takeuchi has been sniffing out a lot of the throw attempts that Yamaguchi's been showing him thus far. Here at this middle space, right now, Yamaguchi still needs to find an opener. Committed to a flicker, and John Takeuchi treated it like a fireball. He actually preemptively jumped, just in case at that range. He happened to get lucky, but there's the big counter pull from Yamaguchi. And I say it's big because it's creating some space for himself, landing a couple of hits. Do we get the dream connection? That was a single bout. Nobody actually messed up the rest of it. That's really unfortunate. He missed out on the extra damage. He misses out on the extra meter build. John Takeuchi now putting him on the ropes while in burnout.
Well, he has level 1 to his name right now. Stand fierce, overhead, still plus as hell. The throw, level 2 on the deck. Yeah, double dash back. Pops to level 2. We saw this move before. Yamaguchi getting hit with that drive impact. The pickup, OD. Finds the finish. John Takeuchi taking the bar and taking his life.
Not too bad. Not too bad of a start, honestly, for John Takeuchi and Detonation FocusMe getting a W on the board. But again, this was actually the very first game we got to see Yamaguchi actually play in the season. Obviously, it's only day 2, but this is a fantastic start, getting 2 games straight over one of the Street Fighter prodigies that we could ever ask for in the land of Japan. Yamaguchi falling a little bit short in a couple of sequences, giving up the big Rashid matchup.
Yeah, we saw a lot of avoids of the throws. I really like the after drive rush tick throw off the jab here from Ed, he would backdash more consistently, staying away from just extra damage. And again, taking away the drive gauge, kill the character with a level 2. Got the fantastic pickup there. Reading also the shimmy opportunities, the walking defense from the side of Yamaguchi and catching that continuously. And up in the corner, like what do? You can pop level 1 if you can find the right sequence, but it's so difficult to read. And then you see this level 2 coming through. Not much you can really do, but just get pushed up in the corner, drive impact again. And the avoidance of throws, not getting grabbed continuously, I feel like, along with other defensive tactics that we saw with the fireballs, claiming some space, not just as like a poke, but claiming space, I feel like led to John Takeuchi putting Yamaguchi in the corner and putting him on the back foot.
I would love to kind of like analyze that segment yet again, because there were moments where John Takuuchi just had the right intuition to avoid some of the flickers that Yamaguchi was presenting. It's really, really difficult to, like, sometimes when you have the idea of like when to jump over a fireball, that kind of goes a really, really long way, especially in the end matchup as well, right? 'Cause you treat that like a fireball as well. But going into it now, the next set, okay, the captain, the leader, is stepping up to the plate. Is this our first time seeing Iidabashi play? I do believe so. We didn't get to see him, what was it, like 2 weeks ago now? That was actually a long, long time since the first episode, right? That's crazy. Zangief going up against Fujimura's Akuma. This is going to be sick. If, just in case you didn't have enough Zangief over the weekend, guess what? We have a different type of Zangief coming up now. A lot more of a zany one, in my opinion. I think there's so many creative ways for Iidabashi to land an SPD that people kind of get blown away or don't really expect it. And also his reads are kind of maniacal. There's some moments where he actually catches people jumping away and he gets the OD Borscht Dynamite more often than not. We'll see if he has those kind of reads against someone so, I feel like, impenetrable on defense. Like, Fujimura is the grave maker for a reason. I feel like Fujimura is one who is played by the book for so long and is so hard to crack when it comes to like his defensive measures.
I agree with that. I also want to also add how he is so technically sound with his characters. He knows what's strong and he builds his game plan around like the strongest parts of the character. The stand fears, the forward fears, and things like that. The demon flips as well. He's got setups for days. So I want to see how that works out against the gambler mentality that Iidabashi has. Iidabashi will go for like these little resets that you don't expect, as you mentioned. He'll go for things that you just don't expect. He'll catch your reads continuously. And I feel like after watching someone like Mina, that's got to embolden you. I feel like you see a Geef take a stack from here, you're going to be like, dang, this character can really do it. Even though Iidabashi has always been pretty positive in terms of how Geef can operate in Street Fighter 6, even more so than other Geef players, especially this season. I feel like it's only going to embolden him to be stronger. So I want to see how Fujimura deals with that, or if he even can. Maybe that impenetrable defense is broken down by the gambler who is making these wild resets that you wouldn't expect off jab, jab, dash SPD or something like that. You know, things that you can catch from other Geef players. To practice against him, you have to practice against Iidabashi and not another Geef player.
Right, we've seen a lot of the meta kind of develop around two of these characters, but more so I think Akuma, he's getting a lot more screen time in comparison to someone like Zangief, right? There's so many ways for Akuma to net so much damage. There are plenty of ways for him to kind of control the neutral with a fast fireball, very decent range normals, and also the kind of sequences that he does get off of a knockdown. I think more often than not, he does get a lot of Oki scenarios to break down the opponent. With that in mind, let's get into match number 2 between these two teams. Game 1 versus Fujimura, Iidabashi, Zangief. And you can see it, man, what a whiff punish. A sweep to be thrown out against the big man. Not going to fly against Iidabashi. Again, being able to stop the drive rush is actually so imperative. We've seen that a lot more often in the meta now. Zangief being able to do so with that standing medium punch more often than not. Trying to tempt it again. You see it from Iidabashi jumping over the fireball. This is going to be a huge opener now for Fujimura. Drive rush on in. It's very expensive on the way through. Iidabashi's going to make him pay for it severely, not only with his life, but now the drive gauge is in terror. Oh boy.
Well, interruption right there with the target combo, getting some distance. Putting down a lot of plasma right now. Before that level 2 can come through, you're clear to fight with these fireballs, especially that heavy one, super fast, quick with it. The charge up, trying to add some variance. Crouching with a kick in the fireball. Safe and solid stuff so far for Fujimura. Nothing wild, but that same medium punch again, the stop sign, preventing any walk forward, any drive rush, any form of momentum and movement, and acting as a whip punish tool.
Yeah, Akuma is definitely not beating the speeding allegations when it comes to the neutral, right? Like, Zangief has to throw on the stop sign with purpose and intent. You have to make sure that he doesn't steal his moments with the drive rush. I can't believe he actually tried to go for a sweep. He was trying to net some like extra damage from that. Iidazan is going to pay dearly with it. And you know, he does have a good amount of life, 1100 to him, so it hurts, sure, but he's got a little bit left to spare.
Yeah, being up in the corner against Akuma definitely sucks. You got to worry about Demon Flip, Demon Raid. That forward fierce gets even more deadly. Get the pickup, crouching and kick. Palm trying to walk out. The stop sign now is coming from Fujimura. He's getting better and better about using that fireball pressure to slowly guide Iidabashi to the corner. He does have Barth up on that level 2. Might take for level 3. Instead, we know what could happen to this glass cannon. Heavy kick Ender for the full corner carry. Good Ender, crouching like kick, sneaks it in. Oh, another sweep. This one works out with level 3. Oh, Lord. Watch his health.
Oh,
Sheesh.
my God. Jesus. I never get tired of seeing that. Akuma just bleed from a level 3.
Listen, I do when I play Akuma. It doesn't feel good. Fujimura, though, trying to work his way back. Level 2 would definitely help out here. Build it up after this throw. There we go. Some more drive gauge, decent sequence might be able to route the ship, if not kill. Yeah, definitely now in kill range.
Oh, that's gonna be more than enough if you spend the rest of the drive gauge, which indeed he does. Hell stab into the lariat. More than enough. That's gonna be Iidabashi Zangief taking the very, very first game off of a very solid whiff punish game that he's been kind of orienting since the beginning, right? Fujimura has been kind of overzealous with some of his normals, thinking he's gonna reach, but Iidabashi has been very adamant about both the standing medium punch as well as the standing light kick. Now, implementing the standing medium kick, that was so much damage on the drive gauge, and they're really attacking the gauge on both ends.
The fact that Keith gets a lot of his drive gauge back with mini interactions now, it helps not only to strip the drive gauge away from them, but gain more on his side of things, allow him to continue the pressure off the drive rush. The demon flip gets nothing. The raw sweep off the feet works out here this time. Decent crushing light kick, perfect parry. SPD scale damage, but takes some of that drive gauge. Big benefit here from Iidabashi.
Immediate backdash coming in from Fujimura. Also upon wake up. Gonna do it again. Ugh, spine buster. Keeps him close. Man, full contact. That's a heavy SPD. Could do it again if he wanted to. Fujimura, I don't know exactly what he did. I might have blinked a little bit, but I think he tried to parry options to like drive rush forward, and Iidabashi absolutely ready for it. Looking at match point now, he does have 2 bars to his name too, so Fujimura won't be allowed to really throw a fireball from further distances, but who needs a fireball when you have a fierce to the face? Instead, Fujimura carries Iidabashi to the corner, does throw the parry.
Chill, no bail, don't let him out. ODDP, we talked about that target combo being even more dangerous up in the corner. With the instant overhead, he goes for the super instead. The chase down. And the instant overhead did not work out. Drive rush SPD. No way he brings it back to the brink. He came through the fireball because of level 2. Drive rush light kick. Super. Did he do that to avoid the drive impact? You're so smart, Iidabashi. Can he finish it? The knee with the reversal jab.
So tough. That was a little bit questionable, right? Like, Iidabashi actually got the hit from the standing light kick. I don't know if he was able to, like, drive rush forward into, like, a light link, right? I don't know exactly why he went for the level 1 if it hit. I could have sworn that standing light kick hit him.
It did, and then he just went for the super right after. Level 2's back on the menu at least. No back throw for you.
Yeah, this is the range Akuma cannot throw a fireball at because of the level 2, but again, Fujimura still trying to test the patience of Iidabashi from those certain ranges. It's back. Yeah, off for normal, totally understandable. Oh, big whiff punish, standing medium kick against the sweep. Checks the lows as well. Iidabashi, now he's gonna be hailing a bunch of normals. Yeah, he doesn't mind using this drive reversal here. The big parry, perfect parry, excuse me. No way this works. It absolutely does!
Fujimura, they got a command grab too. However, not done just yet. Drive gauge not looking so good. Guillotine, crushing when the kick gets it that he needs. Tatu, heavy kick ender, not dead just yet. What's the wicked decision here? Blocks up the jump fierce, crushing light kick the chase down, but the raw sweep once again this time to get the win.
I can't believe the madman swept. I can't believe he actually went for a sweep. The man's was dead to rights. He was getting chased down by the massive grizzly bear, and he went for a sweep instead? That's crazy talk, man. How often do you see that? You rarely see that kind of audacity from any player, let alone Fujimura.
Any Akuma player either. Yeah, you're right about Fujimura. I don't, whenever I see him play Geef, I don't really see him using the sweep like that. It's usually for medium kick, fireball, guillotine to catch a preempt the crouching medium kick, light kick. But he says, when you come to the forest, you better help the bear. Fujimura, some risky options, but working out, and that super being able to equalize or help equalize. And force some wild decisions here from Iidazan. Able to take the game, but it's all even right now. And like Iidazan's not too far from claiming victory here. Those risky decisions, will they work out in this final game? Will they come to fruition for like a solid game plan to take it? Because I feel like if you are against a gambler, you're living in his world. Is this really how you want to play against a damaging character this deep? Someone like Iidabashi? I don't know if this is effective.
Man, there's a lot of questionable decisions that had happened towards like the end of those couple of rounds. I think there was a few moments where like Iidabashi actually had like the game ender, like the match ender, right? There were moments where he actually had landed these hits and opted to go for like a different route. And one of the biggest things also that I had noticed is like it's kind of hard to discern consistently, in my opinion, the connection of standing medium punch off of a punish counter. I don't know if like the pushback involved in it like makes it kind of like hard to tell. But there were a couple of moments where like Iidabashi did get a standing medium punch and then went for like a low kick normal, right? Instead of going for like the full target combo, which I get because sometimes the standing medium punch would whiff. But those last couple of moments, I felt like, man, was it out of range for him? Either way, it brought us to this very final match between these two competitors. And we couldn't ask for more. And I like that sweep. In that distance, in that context, I do love the sweep from Akuma from further out.
That one's a lot better. Back dash, there we go. It's a full three-piece off the stand medium, punish counter. Ooh. But the back dash is there. OD fireball for the knockdown. Teleports in for the crouching medium kick. And this should be more than enough damage. It's level 1, yes sir, that'll get it done. Fujimura using more of the bar at the bottom. Get the kill.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, so much activity behind that standing heavy punch as well. Oh, running bear grab! We haven't seen that option in a very long while, but the OD uppercut instead in response against a very, very active Iidazan trying to drive us forward. A big giant jump in as well. OD lariat, watch out!
Massively anti-air.
That's gonna so on point too with the spacing and at least the control too from Iidazan. Now looking at final round again.
First throw. So level 2. Then Iidazan. Just the idea of level 2 also on his side of things will make Fujimura kind of calm down these fireballs, which have been a pain point. Doesn't matter. Target combo. That 4 gives a lot of range. Stand medium, hella meaty. Off the backboard, OD fireball, Tatsu TP level 3, yes sir. Won't kill him, put him on the back foot.
God. That was so much damage. Now you're down to what? Maybe like a throw left? Definitely a throw left. A heavy punch would definitely seal it. No way! You actually tried to go for the frame trap against a man with nothing else to lose? This guy's got critical art damage incoming. That is raw through the sand. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. In the history of me commentating Street Fighter, I cannot believe my man didn't wake up so weak. The volatility from Fujimura is out of this world, brother. Are you kidding me?
He's the GOAT.
My man went to the roulette table. He looked at red. He looked at black. And instead he's like, I'm putting it on 0-0. I'm putting it on green, brother. That's wild.
You know, we talked about how he loves to do things where, yeah, this is an instance where I think he got more damage. I don't know what that was. But like how Fujimura just loves to be melding his game plan around the strongest options. And maybe that sweep is super strong against Zangief up in this matchup. I don't see it that often against Zangief. We're seeing how it works out here. It has been with punish, but it's used as a drive rush tool, a dash up tool. It's done so much work, and right there, that's how he ends the game. I'm going to talk to Fujimura later and be like, bro, what is the game plan around that sweep? It must be something strong for his character, because now it's 10-10 right now. He takes it over Iidazan, and we only have one more remaining.
You know, if this tells you anything when it comes to like learning Street Fighter, it's use any tactic available. Right? Use any tactic available because you never know. It might catch your opponent off guard. In a 2 out of 3 set where it's the most volatile, I think that's a pretty good ordeal. But And brings it to our next match, the anchor match. Mochi going up against Mr. Optimal. It's going to be Machabo stepping up to the plate as the anchor, and he's going to be showing off his Akuma, going up against Momochi's Ed.
I like this pick. I like Akuma against Ed. I think a lot of the Akuma players are starting to suss out what to do in this matchup. The fast fireballs interrupt the slower normals before they come out preemptively. Like, you don't really have the best pokes against his pokes. That's already going to be a problem, I think. You have these fast fireballs that kind of corral and control Ed. He does have ways to get around that, but you're able to go toe-to-toe along with him. Also, the demon flip scenario, I feel like that's also really good against the slower DPs, the variants too. Much like Cammy, maybe not as good as Cammy, but similar to the variants that she can put on, so can Akuma. You've got the demon flip dive kick, guillotine for the plus frames right after. You have air fireball, OD fireball. One of the things that he has to consider when he does anti-air, when he tries to go for an anti-air, or if he tries to block it out. So after talking like Angry Bird, a lot of other Akuma players are like, I have something for an Ed player if I see them again. It's getting better about having that fireball game on lock. We'll see if Mr. Optimal has something for this Ed player.
Yeah, I think it's a very valid strategy, right? Like, this is not a typical matchup where Ed has to consider like how a Shoto operates, like Goki, excuse me. We're not talking about Saiyans, we're talking about demons. Goki actually has he's like an outlier, right? He has various ways around like the fireball game as well without just the fireball. Like, having that arsenal of Demon Raid makes that matchup that much harder in regards to what to do in the neutral. But with that in mind, again, that's why he's both the Swiss Army knife of the roster, but also a glass cannon, right, being at 900 health. We'll see if Momochi is able to kind of like sniff out the different tactics and different approaches that Machabo has in store. But looking at the way that Machabo plays, I think he's more than ready to kind of like walk it down if need be. I think from closer ranges, it gets really kind of difficult to contest like a Goki fireball game, Goki with like a higher sense of like spacing and footsies in regards to like the normal placement, and then you have the other side where you have to worry about an Ed player who can be a little bit bothersome with like the flickers and the timing of it all, because again, having that flicker available can be like a little detrimental. If they hold it all the way through and you're caught within that web, guess what? It's plus frame city. You have to guess. If they decide to throw it out there and you decide to move, they also have the kill rush, either forward or backward to get another counter poke scenario, or even just kind of like back away and like reassess and whatever, get some time to yourself. I've seen a lot of Ed players also do like the hit and run tactic too, or they'll do a flicker a couple of times over, and if somebody kind of anticipates it, they'll just like kill rush forward right underneath the jumper and be able to like restart their game plan, right?
Yeah, like kill rush like under like a jab, like Ending Walker does a lot. It's good because we've also seen like Lashar deal with like the demon flip when it's well timed enough, using just like stand jab. Like, okay, if the DP won't work at this angle, if I don't feel like it's fast enough, I'll go with the stand jab. I'll go with my 4 frame, I'll slap that out, and then I'll just counter on the way down. Obviously, if the timing is bad, you'll get caught with a guillotine, knocked down to the ground. But if you have the right timing, you get to float them, some damage to the deck, you get the side switch, things like that. So I do like that the Ed players are using the kill rush for their movement to switch up where they're standing, so it's not so obvious, and so it's not so hard for them to anti-air, or they get out of dodge if it becomes dangerous. Take a look at the interview. Mochi says Fujimura won a good game. Now it's my turn. Macho says in rebuttal though, I really look up to Mochi, ask for advice a lot, but today I'm going to win.
That's cool. I love it when they're not like too serious, one, but also open to admitting that like a lot of these players, they kind of like really talk to each other in terms of like improvements of their game. They're very open to getting some of these matchups in. Speaking of matchups now, game 1 between Mochi and Machabo is underway. A pretty aggressive start, I think, from both ends, right?
Very aggressive with the fireballs. And also, you mentioned that kill rush coming through. It's been Mochi's tactic to fade through some of these jumps. Sweep, gets the Oki, jab, dash up throw. No help parry, so no extra damage just yet. Gets a target combo, heavy kick ender. Frame kill, another throw. That lacking the slacking defense we mentioned before. OD DP on the plus frame bust out.
Good decision making from Mochi. Pays off tenfold, allowing him to regain his composure, regain his momentum as well, and more so, get himself out of the corner again. Now getting all this drive gauge back is so serious against Machabo. Now he's kind of taking the back foot, having to force. Yeah, he had to force that lockdown a little bit off the low medium kick. It was blocked after all. This is going to be more than enough damage. You spend the rest of it because this guy shatters once he is hit. A plethora of heavies coming in from Mochi to get the first round.
Walk up throw. I like that read there from Mochi. Kill rush. You save your drive gauge compared to other characters. That's why this character Ed can just save his gauge for what he needs. Being able to kill rush forward, not spin. The Tatsu. What a read here from Machabo. He saw the hands go down. Drive rush. Medium for the plus range. Resets the pressure with the guillotine. He backs away. OD and play. Side switch.
Oh, it's so smart.
Just got to have that corner.
Oh. And you knew it. Yeah, Machabo was actually pretty antsy about the jump. He saw the jump earlier. Mochi saw the jump earlier and continued to harass. And you know what? He's fine letting him out of the corner in that fashion. The drive gauge will be coming back from Machabo. Does have level 3 on deck. I think the sequence and a half will be more than enough for Mochi. Level 1 after the upper. And it's enough against Akuma. Man, that was such a very, very fast-paced game between the two.
I mean, I feel like Machabo and Mochi conversing back and forth has led to some of like the defensive reads that we see. Mochi being able to catch a lot of these walkbacks continuously, whether it be crouching medium punch, walk up throw, in some of these situations. Very smart stuff. Like he's logged in all that data that he has had in these back and forths. Machabo has to show him something different. Maybe more OD fireball might have to come through if you're getting a little bit closer to fight against the flickers. Oh, the dash under.
This them on the calm down. There was actually a counter hit as well. There was a moment where Machabo tried to jump out of the corner yet again, gets punished for it with that big old meaty. Not punished per se, but decision-making wise, does get punished for it, excuse me.
Dash up for the back throw. It's been a lot of help to leave that corner though. Tick throw. Yeah, see, not even gonna go for a DP if you don't trust it. Just walks underneath, overhead lands, blessings from above. Don't go for level 2 just yet. Frame kill, like to keep the bar. Ooh, roll drive impact. Finds its mark.
Round 2. Fight.
He wants that 50k yen, Cola. He's trying to get that 50k in his pocket.
How old are you, Mochi? Bad.
Man, the delay of the crouch medium punch! 2 times over, does get the extender back, roundhouse. Dive kick into the Tatsu. The frame kill as well, keeping him in check in the corner too with the pursuit of the OD fireball. Drive reversals, he wants to keep him there. Low on the drive gauge is Machabo, but he needs 1 touch, right? He gets at least 1 cancel. And you know, he's tempting it, low medium kick there. Mochi, what do you do about this? Oh.
Drive rush. This time the medium punch now. Going for the throw just yet. Perfect fair to keep the drive gauge up. The triple skin right after. Want the punish counter at least in the level 3 immediately. Wants to equalize to get his bar back and also take Machabo's. This will definitely help out. Actually, we're getting level 2 soon. Could use that against the flicker. It's a projectile. Can he get distance to do so? Demon flip guillotine?
Yeah, Machabo again, being able to utilize that in such a great way, and also Mochi more so not being ready. That's actually very, very difficult in general to kind of like discern what the ender is going to be like for the demon raid, right? They could change up their timing and completely avoid like an uppercut sometimes, but that's so difficult. Does catch Machabo walking forward right into the normal though to start things off for Mochi. Start being all tied up here. The punish counter, you saw the startup of the fireball from Ed. A lot of damage coming in for Machabo already off that corner sequence.
You're gonna get a side switch too. Medium kick, Tatsu, heavy kick, Tatsu right after it for the knockdown frame kill. He breaks the throw. Mochi leave this corner though. Pick up with the spark. Drive rush stick. No, he backdashes. Instead of a fireball, trying to look for an entry point. Stand fierce, nothing big though. Sweep. Calm going for a delayed flicker. Perfect parry. That close. It's bust though. Puts him up. The pressure. Tries to go for the throw. Get back in the corner.
Extra damage on top of that. Yeah, but Mochi maintaining his composure towards the end of that round, getting the first one. And that was so difficult. Machabo's done a really great job of countering the threat of the flicker thus far.
Even though he lost that round, I like him staying that mid-range, right about where you can get the demon flip, maybe OD fireball, like threatening quite a bit of things. throw game has been insane here from Mochi. Back to the screen with the throw, driver scout to, oh, sweep instead. My mistake. Ooh.
Forward, Mochi trying to check with the normals as well. Demon Ray just to get out of the corner onto the other side. I like that. Mochi wasn't ready for it. Obviously, it's going to be so difficult to even try to contest. The big exposure to the knees. Actually, that was a counter hit. Jump set up.
Burn out. Not even matter if you can find an opening. Anti-air's there. More interaction. Level 3 will be the victory here. Mochi might even pop level 2. A lot of things he can do. As he pushes Machabo to the corner. OD, level 2. Don't leave this character alive. OD, pull him close. Level 1. Chip him out to get it done. What a sequence of Chip and Mochi. Proving that if you kill this rock, you kill the character. Sometimes.
Way too calculated, this man. The leader of Shinobism gaming, Mochi already had that down pat. As soon as he saw the OD version, he's like, all right, this game is mine. I can let the light one rip, do at least a couple of sequences over, and then charge that flicker and get even more damage off of it. That was actually so smart, having that level 1. And it's so dangerous, right? Ed has so many like kill scenarios on block once you're in burnout state that it's hard to really like avoid that. And I think that's what makes this character so effective. There's so many versatile ways for him to like utilize his meter, and it really revolves around that level 2.
If he's popping level 2, he can like charge the flicker and then go for OD right after. So he's not having to extend that OD gauge like immediately when that burnout sequence happens, which is so smart. Like, also it's cool to see Ed players just not use level 2 as like a dream sequence combo. Obviously, like that's like an amazing thing right there. You get the bar back, get a ton of damage, and corner carry if it's done properly. But using it for like utility, as we've seen from Andy Walker just last week, to like kind of save off level 2 or just like against burnout pressure like here, I like seeing the utility overall of this level 2. Obviously, it's the damage potential is out to the roof, but it has other things you can utilize, and we see it right here. Mochi recognizing and saying, I'm just going to wait, not going to wait for like a one-hit sort of scenario. You're on burnout, you're going to hold this pressure. Now have a chip sequence ready when it does happen.
Yeah, I think Mochi being aware of like any sort of scenarios or all the scenarios that happen during like a burnout sequence while he has meter, him being able to discern what routes to take is so optimal. It's so above and beyond a lot of players' capabilities, right? That's exactly why we saw him reach a top 8 scenario, or top 6, excuse me, over at EVO Las Vegas, right? With the way he's been performing with Ed, and that really sets a lot of Eds apart from like being good and being great, is recognizing which scenarios are going to be enough chip damage to kill somebody with the meter, not even just going for like a level 3 or whatever, but like really maximizing the damage against someone who's adamant on defense. And it's like, that's no knock to Machabo. I think again, he made like the right decisions overall to try to like avoid the kind of things that Ed can do within that space with flicker and try to like close the gap, or at least play the counter poke game. But it really comes down to like making frantic reads against like somebody who's going to be rushing forward and like looking to spend that bar, because that does like what, 15, he could do like a 20% kind of chip scenario, especially against someone like Akuma. That hurts a lot, man.
It's quite a bit. And even in addition to that, having the bar at the bottom if you need level 3 for the victory, that could have also been something, having multiple ways to get the W. Mochi, he's got a game plan for everything. You saw game point. Right after with the DP, frame kill for the throw. We break though. Machabo, by the way, outside this corner, he'll use the top 2 in the sweep of the Oki. Right after, jumps away from the throw. Like that forward fierce for the fault, catching that jump out. Needs more.
See Machabo utilize that option select 2 times over thus far. And we like that exchange from Mochi and baiting out the throw from Machabo. Smart sequencing from Mochi. Look at that match point now, with 1 bar to his name. 1 bar actually to both Machabo and Mochi. But the closer that Mochi is to level 2, the closer we are to putting Akuma to sleep and getting those dreams early. But we'll see. Machabo right now does have 2 bars to his name. We'll see how he decides to utilize that. For the most part, he's slowly pushing Mochi to the corner. The drive rush forward. The defense is there for Machabo. Does get the punish counter against an overzealous blitz from the side of Mochi.
-5 at minimum. Stand light kick from Akuma. Ton of range. OD fireball, I like seeing that more often here. Machabo cut through some of these limbs and the flicker. Space trap and the stand light kick, we've seen that previously. And whatever it takes to be the warden, to keep Mochi in jail. back to Demon Flips. I want to see if there's going to be a dive kick, maybe an OD Fireball. Counter hit.
Oh, this is going to be it? How many bounces do we get? It's double? Okay, we still get the sequencing. We could possibly use level 1 towards the end of it if need be. He still gets the burnout regardless. And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Mochi gives Machabo the Night Dream combo. And you can see how elated Mochi is being able to land that in the tournament, sorry, in this sequence, being able to land that in this match in the league to get his team that W. And it's a very good W because of the fact that it's 30 points. That puts him up at least in second place for Division S. What a performance overall from the Ninjas. I do like that a lot. That whole sequence that led into burnout and Machabo not really being ready with his super towards the end of it, keeping the drive impact ambiguous. Very, very well played. That was a very enjoyable match from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, the individual reads from both players. I mean, Machabo definitely had some good sequences in terms of avoiding the flicker and being able to demon flip inside the flicker range, inside the normals range, like the Stampede kick range as well. But it felt like the continuous movement was kind of adding up. Mochi, he would be drive rushing forward, he would be kill rushing forward too as well, making it more ambiguous. He did have some anti-airs. Maybe that all didn't work out, but it was enough to put Machabo like on pause for a little bit. In addition to all of that, the throw game was insane. Mochi being able to not only put the throws on Machabo continuously, but also avoiding Machabo's throws. So these sequences, yeah, he jumped back and got hit with the forward fierce, but maybe he'll take that over a throw and then drive rush right after. You'll take the distance that you get overall. So like the calculations are only on offense and defense. Fantastic. Mochi definitely coming back in style right here after not having the best day previously for his team. And then also last season, I'm sure again that emboldened him to be better on this character.
Yeah, it was tough, man. Seeing Shinobism Gaming fall to like 6th place last season out of all the teams. We've seen how much hard work goes into like planning for a Street Fighter League appearance. But again, really well played. Talking about like the layerings that you were expressing a little bit earlier between like the strike throw game, right? We talk about how often that is an imperative part of your game plan. Mochi, for the most part, really set the pace against Machabo with a ton of meetings because of the fact that he had to read early that Machabo was so antsy in the corner that he wanted to use jump as an option. Later on, we got to see a lot of these throw baits kind of shine for Mochi after that initial pace, right? Being able to establish all those meetings a little bit afterwards. So again, I think the layering and the sequencing that Mochi had chosen just based off of those first initial reads were so imperative towards his victory, right? I think there was so much against Machabo in terms of the data and like the way that he was reacting to certain plays that really set Mochi up for success. But we'll see how that plays out towards like the rest of the season. I know Machabo, again, really respects Mochi. Mochi has been one of the legends of Street Fighter for so long, and also one of the big trendsetters for characters as well. So they will get their run back eventually. But as it stands right now, Shinobism Gaming, they're on the board, right? A day 2. That feels great. We are getting the winners interview underway as well. Little by little, Yamaguchi pretty much starting things off. He said, my game was unfortunate, but it'll be a good experience. But Fujimura was really great. And then they immediately panned over to Fujimura, getting his words in as well.
Fujimura was saying that he was really nervous. He wasn't going to place an attack against Geef. Now, I want to know why that we saw the sweeps. He said it gets whipped a lot. I'm not sure what attack he's talking about because the sweeps were hitting. For some reason, the sweeps were hitting quite a bit. There were some sweeps that were whip punished, but I want to understand like what his ideation was against Geef. Either way, it worked out against the likes of the Gambler, and it's great that he won. But it was cool seeing Fujimura show a different look to that matchup. When you are close up, I think that sweep is kind of hard to punish, even though it is very minus. It's one of the shorter sweeps to deal with, so it is a little more difficult for some of these characters to deal with outside the range. Yeah, but that nervousness, despite that showing maybe in the match, I feel like he was able to coalesce himself just enough to take down Iidabashi and put him on the back foot, which takes quite a bit, considering that's the Gambler that feels like when Iidabashi fights, he doesn't fear much. So if you're doing that, you're doing a good job.
I mean, there's a lot to fear when a man has nothing to lose from the receiving end. But Fujimura, again, if you guys happen to miss that matchup, I highly encourage you guys to check it out. My man did wake up sweep. I need one of the pros that are like watching this at home. I need you to kind of like walk me through it at least in regards to the mindset and the understanding of that situation, I couldn't tell if that was nerves or that was just like a raw read. Is like, you know what, I'm banking on this one. I'm gonna bet my house on this normal. One of the most punishable normals you could ask for in a fighting game. That's actually kind of wild to see that happen. But I mean, hey, if it hits, it hits, right? Like that's gonna be like the saying. Most of the time, it's like it's not random if it hits. Like sometimes you gotta take that to the grave, man. That's why he's the grave maker.
Yep. The genius for a reason. Mochi says it's great that they got the order correctly. He was thinking they would face John, or he would face John Takeuchi or Machabo. We face each other in the tournament a lot, so he knows what each other does, and they both know what each other does. They play each other quite a bit. This time, he had won. And we talked about that. The innate reads that we saw continuously against like the throws, offensively and defensively, I think, from Mochi, really kind of showcase what was going on. Walk up after some of these sequences. He's like, I know what you want to press after. I know that you like to walk away from maybe a situation after like you end your turn. And that's what we saw, a lot of chase downs, a lot of walk-ups, and also a lot of avoidance too as well. Like when the attack came through a lot from the side of Mochi. So you see that happen in the match continuously. And you also see the fact that they were ready no matter who came up to fight it out. Like no matter who came up, they're prepared. Even though being on the wayside, we talked about this, you still have to have a strategy no matter what comes your way. Johnny says, hey man, we were nervous against Zangief, but we couldn't even talk against the game. Like, we couldn't even talk during the game at all. We were just like, bro, this is nerve-wracking. Hey, I feel it. You're an Akuma player. You're playing against Zangief, like Iidabashi. Abi, too.
Listen, it's not even just Akuma anymore. Once you see Zangief walk in the room, if you're a Street Fighter player, all words leave a person, genuinely. No, I mean, like, we're gassing it up a little bit. We are kind of joking around. Zangief still, again, a very prominent threat in the current meta of Street Fighter, hence why we even saw the big counterplay from Convergence. But overall, man, we understand the concerns from the rest of the team not being able to really give any sort of advice, any sort of like sound advice really against the Zangief main. So it's totally understandable. And obviously, Johnny pretty relieved that they won overall. And it is very difficult to discern what a Zangief player is going to do and how to even like prepare for that matchup in general, because you never know like how wild he can be. I've had this talk with like a lot of pros in general, or actually I've even had this talk with you, I think. Zangief is the type of character that forces you to not play Street Fighter and play Zangief the video game.
That's right. You know, being able to, like, usually, like, you can play like a normal Street Fighter style, normal neutral and things like that, but there's some characters that kind of take you out of the element of Street Fighter. Sim is one, Zangief is another, because usually you like to get close, you like to fight him in mid-range, close range. It's not like that. But what it's like is right now, Mochi taking down Machabo in this match, and again, look at the throw text that we see. 5 out of 10 here from the side of Mochi. Just detailing when he should break was like, I think the most important part. Like mid-screen, not taking too many throws. We saw him also fading away from throw play right there with the stand fierce into the activation. And if we could get a burnout sequence, I feel like the amount of burnouts on the screen, I feel like that'd be a great stat, because burnouts happen, and that allowed Mochi to get his victory, whether it be a chip-off scenario or a drive impact, as we see on the screen. Again, this is all the work that is done from playing somebody years after years and understanding their tendencies, what they like to do in their tactics after certain butts, after they end their turn, whatever it may be. Let them a victory, 30-10. Shinobism Gaming now leaving with a lot more than something in their pocket. Mochi even said, we lost straight last episode, but we're going to do our best to make our fans happy this time, and he did.
Oh, he made a lot of people happy. Did you see how ecstatic Frida and Haitani were when it comes to like the dream combo? Seeing that sequence, when they see that land, Frida was going nuts. As he should, because that's a very, man, I cannot emphasize how difficult that combo is, man. It's like, it's execution person's like dream, no pun intended, to like land that consistently. But with that in mind, again, Shinobism Gaming finally on the board with 30 points to their name after a full loss in their debut of this season. They got to be feeling really great about themselves, because again, it could go any way with the rest of the matches with with match 2 involved is going to be FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN going up against Nagoya NTP Oja. With these two teams, you never know like who's going to actually score what, right? So I think them scoring 30, putting them just at second place against their peers is a very, very strong showing this early on, and it shows a lot of promise too with their current composition and their strategizing. So looking forward to seeing the rest of Shinobism Gaming. As for DetonatioN, FocusMe, I love seeing the way they play. I love the way they utilize their entire roster. I think they're going to be like a very, very hotly contested team going further in the season. So very excited to see both again.
100%. And again, we talked about how it's not only about gaining as many points as possible for yourself, but taking points away from other people, so it's harder for them to climb the mountain. As many W's as you can get, as many points as you can get to solidify your seat and take away the seat from other people. And I would like to see these lanyards be delivered over to the US. Also, the shirts, I was watching Akuma go through all the cool shirts that are on the website. I'm like, man, I know there's an Amazon website. I think that we have the new stuff. I'm not sure, I haven't checked on Fast Production about that one. But I'd love to have some of this gear sent out here to help promote Street Fighter League Japan.
And it's so fun too. I love the promotions that go on throughout season time for all 3 regions, right? Japan, EU, as well as US. Like in the Battle Hub specifically, once these seasons start, you get to show your support for the teams themselves by being able to rock some of their gear, rock some of their logos. I personally love that aspect of it because I have 3 different teams that I like to cheer for in all the Street Fighter Leagues combined, right? So it's really, really cool to be able to don those types of looks for your avatar in the Battle Hub specifically. And I'm basic, man. I keep my character very straight-laced. It's very much a default character, but once it's Street Fighter League time, I'll at least have one emblem on one of my pieces of clothing. That's it. I don't have the burrito. I don't have like the Cyber Akuma wings. I have straight-laced default outfit with a bald character, and I have Street Fighter League, one of the teams, or at least like all 3 of the teams in rotation, on my attire at all times.
Hey, I like that. You know, no absolute nightmares out here, but speaking of no nightmares, Street Fighter is going on. You can look up more information on the Twitter. It will be happening the 31st. I believe, again, it's like they're calculating their sleep, the players' sleep that are participating in the event, and the people that get the most sleep get the most points total towards the event. I'll have to look at a little bit more information about that a little later on. But I think these cool little side events, it's not just like, I'm going to fight you for a 1v1 or even a team-based battle. I'm going to be doing something different in terms of like maybe sleep, or who can eat the, you know, whatever, eat the most something or whatever. It's cool to have something different than just the normal fighting game stuff.
Man, I'd be a champ. Bring that to the US. When it comes to Sleep Fighter, man, I'd be doing the most after these events, to be honest with you, man. Let me in the competition. Let me show you how to really sleep, gang. Because I'm sleep deprived, actually. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm getting ahead of myself. But a lot of the times, again, we talk about the promotion going on with Street Fighter League in general. Again, be sure to follow along if you guys want to get in tune with a lot of the scene in Japan. Capcom _esports over on Twitter, or I guess X, formerly known as Twitter. You get to see a lot of the different organizations show off their support, a lot of the big giveaways that happen. Also, in case you are watching from the Western perspective and you happen to like maybe know somebody in Japan, like, hey, by the way, if you want to get into Street Fighter, this is a great way to do it. Street Fighter League has so many opportunities to get the fans involved. It's really, really cool. But speaking of getting involved, I'm going to get carried away. Let's get into our next matchup. After this break, when we come back, we got our next matchup here at Street Fighter League Japan.
Here comes a new challenger.
Classics! 盛り上がってるじゃないか。俺は旅を続ける。新しい場所で新しい風に吹かれて、いい戦いをして気分よく飲んで食べて、全く悪くない。一杯おごるぜ。Get ready! You're done for one more. You're ready for a beatdown. Are you okay?
Okay.
じゃあまたな。
去年ね、藤村さんに負けてファーストステージ敗退ってところだったんで、いいスタートをね、切れるようにしたいと思います。
技をガードすることでインパクトは
打てたー
OD で
釣った形になった。カメラじゃ近いバーンとしてるのは藤村。
これは相当いけそうだが。
任さない。削りアホすぎる。
はい。
そうさガチ君が
いいよ。いいよいいよいいよ。出てこい。
これね。
今のワールノーマルヒット相当熱いぞ。
藤村も少ないんでかなり危ないです。
もう一回こ
ダメージになっているこの竜巻。
あ
さあこれでゲージも1本溜まりそうだが、その前に終わりかしっかりと
ナイス。
ナイス。
危ね
ヒヤッとしたヒヤッとした。
ヒヤッとした。手が震えてます。
Weekly Street Fighter League Japan Nagoya NTP 王者 KB
OS3 はありますが
インパクトうまい。よ
よ
く見ていた。
ここはリンクから前はつきましたが
集団
対象戦 KB が意地を見せるか。 KB の上がチームを救えるか。この対象戦下から
らしい。
崩している。
これでこれならいいサルに似てる。
チャンス。
うわー
ガムダイキ
まだでも
まだある。
いやマウントしてる。さすがにきつい。
出してる空対空は KB。
よく見ていた。
And we are back with more Street Fighter League Japan action. The second match is on the way. IBUSHIGIN versus Nagoya ATP Oja. My name is Seikola. I'm the one vicious. Let's get right into it. IBUSHIGIN, the young guns. So the sunlit rising star himself, Saso, teaching people how to utilize the edge, teaching people a lesson for messing with him. And that's going to be Fukushima's go-getter, getting a lot of points out here. Hopefully, Tianai on the Bison, and maybe Mama Masi Marisa. We'll have to see if he pulls that character out. Daredevil on ice, a man of many names, but today will be Kosa. Today, hopefully he can gain some points for his team with that Kin. Kosa, last but definitely not least, it's a blue kind of day when he comes to play. Perfect Parry Prince, Hakuru on the JP Bison, and the Akuma. A good rotation of characters for a good cast overall. IBUSHIGIN, the newest, one of the newest teams, I should say, we're going to make their mark out here. Street Fighter League Japan.
Man, with a full synergy. I love seeing this team play, and I love seeing the way they vibe. Just as much as this team coming up, Nagoya, NTP, Oja coming in to fight the young studs. Let's see who is on this roster. Just in case you haven't noticed, it's a pretty talented one at that. But just in case, we're going to talk about it in just a bit. We have a couple of faces making their debut into Street Fighter League Pro Japan. With those being, going right into it, here we go. The Daredevil Bounty Hunter, a man of different games, actually. Mochi stepping up to the plate in the realm of Street Fighter, followed by Toyama's talent, Otani, coming in with his prowess as a Ken main. All backed by one of the best coaches they could ask for in Japan, the battle consultant, Tachikawa. This guy's like one of the coolest dudes ever, I gotta say, man. His hair looks great. All guided by the Hammer, formerly known as Bomb. It's KB coming in with his Bison. Now, a pretty well-rounded group of characters, as well as a pretty well-rounded group of talent. We got Bison, Ed, Ken, and Akuma on deck from the new Oja squad. How do you feel about this matchup going into it now?
As you mentioned, like a good cast of characters. It also, I feel like having a modern Ed shakes things up quite a bit. You can be prepared for like a normal Ed, but how do you get practice against like a modern Ed, especially one of the caliber of Tachikawa? And behind him, he does have the classic if need be, and the Manon in his pocket for, from what he told me, possibly Bison. We haven't seen it yet. We'll see if we even get to see anything today in that regards. But this is the lineup we get to see from FUKUSHIMA, IBUSHIGIN, Ken, Akuma, Ed. This is a really good spread overall. It covers quite a bit from what Nagoya would like to do. So I'm curious to see what they're going to send up. Me personally, though, I do want to see a mirror match at the very end. I want to see Tachikawa go up against Saso. That's just like a personal pick. That may not be the best way to play. I think you should go up first if that was more like a strategic pick. But I want to see like the anchor match be Ed versus Ed, classic versus modern.
Yeah. You know, this team actually has like the potential to do a mirror match all the way throughout because they have a Ken, Akuma, as well as an Ed. But personally, I would love to see, I want to see the Akuma go against the Ed for the anchor match. I'm going backwards here. I want to see Bison go up against Akuma, and then for the Ken, I would love to see Ed from that side. So I want to see if Tachikawa is going to be the first one up to bat.
It just makes sense. Ed players had a good time in the neutral. Like Ed just, it's exactly as stated. Unfortunately, we'll not be getting a mirror match of modern versus classic. We are going to get something that's more strategically sound. Ed being able to stay outside the distance where Ken would like to play. He has his OD Fireball, normal Fireball, just kind of work his way forward. Not as good as Akuma's game plan. Well, he does get nasty, but getting there takes a lot of difficulty, as we've seen at EWC and other tournaments. And a lot of Ken players I've talked to, they're like, man, I don't know what to do in this matchup. I'm looking for sweep against stand medium kick or something like with normals. And even that effective range, if I whiff, it's drive rush right after he gets in, he gets his pressure started. And the Fireball game also out Fireballs Ken. So like, it's definitely a not fun neutral for the side of Ken. I do like this pick overall. And again, how many times do you get to find a modern Ed of this caliber?
I don't think you get to, like, ever. I think it's just Tachikawa. I don't know any other modern Ed players. I don't even know that many modern players, to be honest with you. I only know, like, Triumph. And then there's, like, one for the LATAM region also, whose name escapes me at the moment, but they're very active in, like, weekly events. But I digress. Again, that's a very valid question. How often do you get to play against a very, very talented Ed, one, and then a very, very talented modern player, two, right? Let alone both of them combined. That's very difficult. You get to see the dynamic of the matchup change pretty significantly, in my opinion. Being able to react to certain things at a moment's notice or like a split second, whether it's utilizing super, whether it's like negating the fireballs against Ken. This is going to be a very, very interesting bout to see how the artist formerly known as Kabe, Kosa, face off against the modern mechanisms right now. So we'll see. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for a lot of the players in Japan, and it's also going to be a lot of problems going forward if, let's say, Oja makes it to the World Finals for Capcom Cup, right? How are the players going to be ready for him with modern, right, going into it? Only a handful of people got to experience that over at EWC, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, you're right, and they weren't happy about it. Talking to Angry Bird after his bout, bro, he was like, next time I got something on forum, I swear. But that just goes to show like how strong Tachikawa is. Despite him being just like a jokester, like when he puts his hands on the sticks, it's serious business. But Kosa, if there's someone that's going to be able to like really break down how a character can play in like matchup particulars, it's Kosa. He's a big study head. In fact, he said, when I came to IBUSHIGIN, I started practicing so much. If I lose, so be it. However, that being said, you watch his streams, and he is breaking down every iota of every character day in and day out. He has been doing so way before Street Fighter League. It's the kind of player that he has been since Street Fighter 5. Tachikawa says, though, Kosa's a mental monster, so I gotta be careful. But I think you have to be careful of Tachikawa, the battle consultant himself, though.
A little bit of a side note, man. Again, for those that don't know, Kosa are seeing him for the very first time. His nickname is Daredevil on Ice. He was a former pro speed skater right? Like on the ice rink, right? That's actually got a lot of mental fortitude behind it right off the bat. So him taking it into fighting games is actually a pretty big ordeal. Already having a professional sport background in regards to the mental, right? So Tachikawa very much so well aware of Kosa's presence in regards to the professional atmosphere of gaming now. Kosa does get exposed down below. Tachikawa follows through with the blitz. Tat parry, trying to anticipate the jump in.
Shab and a stand fear starter. Looking for an opening here. Look at that brave walk-up throw. And the shimmy, the crouching, medium punch, the finesse, the blessing, the rest. Kosa can break down this matchup. Start off with the OD fireball, the normal fireballs as well. Working his way in, getting everything he needs off like the punish counters. A lot more stable than what we saw last season from him. His first iteration now looks like he's a veteran.
The wake up low normal. Missing Kosa. That was a counter hit indeed. Tachikawa letting the fireballs rock. Kosa with the presence of mind to use the OD version. Just neutralize that threat. He completed to the bit. Couldn't tell you what the target combo was. Perhaps he was buffering and Kosa actually got within block range and forced that error upon Tachikawa, but making it look really, really dastardous. Yes, the overhead is there. Forward throw. Gets to apply the strike throw game again. That was a big counter hit. Now puts himself in the corner. Disastrous indeed. Kosa's going to be taking a lot of damage off of this one, but does Tachikawa have enough to go in for a critical art? Not just yet. That's one touch. Here comes the second. One more towards the kill. Oh, the uppercut. We talked about the Daredevil on ice, but he's all flames here. Game one for Kosa.
On fire. Kosa, the way he's played this matchup is like the dominance right here to be able to like OD fireball when need be, poke out in the mid screen, use that crushing to punch the stuff and stop, drive rush or dash up. He's been fairly good, fairly effective, except for just jumping in the corner. And that was like, I feel like the only effective air that he's had thus far. Let's see how it works out though. Only the first game so far. He interrupting the drive rush, crouching jab, ends it with the DP, drive rush trade. It's with the medium, but a little bit too stubby, holds parry, and attacks the throw right after that OD. Yeah, to be in that strike throw range.
Catches the tap parry yet again. We're starting to see the defensive maneuvers coming in from Tachikawa. Not ready for the backdash though. Good anticipation from Kosa. Does get the tech against the possible back throw from Tachikawa. Still trying to maintain the space. The counter poke space is Tachikawa. And Kosa, he's more than ready to kind of like sit that out and not even try to counter poke it. As you see right here, he's inching his way forward. Actually, he's been going in and out against both the normals and the flicker. Ooh. That was such a call out against the fireball. That was sick.
Fujimura, Kosa staying so dominant in that mid-range where Ed would like to contest, but he's outside with the fireballs and pokes, hunts for his way in, and it makes the most of every opportunity. Set point for him already. Holds parry, again, only in strike distance, not throw. Eliminating more of that makes that mental. Back throw.
Look at the spacing and the pacing over from Kosa, right? He's willing to back out and lose some of this estate on the ground just to force an error against Tachikawa. Once he gets the exposure, then it's all green light. He's going to be going in. Forward throw now. What are you going to do about it? Dash up, throw again. You could do another one if you wanted to. Tachikawa thought the same thing, and Kosa, he checked it. You know, that was actually so smart. That is a full sequence from Kosa. Complete obliteration against Tachikawa. As much as we were talking him up, that was actually the smartest thing he could have done, by the way. Against somebody who's so hard to predict against the strike throw game. He did stand jab, and he noticed, all right, Tachikawa was trying to jump out of the corner. That's one. I'm going to back away in case he tries to jump out again. He sees the backdash instead and follows suit with the proper punish. Kosa's layering behind his offense and also the recognition of the opponent's defense really excelled him to that W in that last round. That was picture perfect. That was sequence perfect towards the end of that set. That was beautiful street fighting.
We talked about how he's so good about like breaking down characters, but I guess the players too as well. He has stuffed out everything that Tachikawa wanted to do. And I like that he's using that medium also stuff to stop drive rush. We've seen that. Also mid-screen, poking with the fireballs, using OD whenever he necessary, and in that proper range to get the toe tap punish counter and follow up right after that. 10 points on the side of FUKUSHIMA. IBUSHIGIN. Kosa was the right pick to have up right off the rip. Now, like I said, Akuma, you said bring out the Bison, and I agree. KB has been super good about reading fireball intentions. We saw that in the middle of the break in terms of reading the fireball intentions of Gachikun, and that's been kind of the way to play against some of these fireballs. I saw Iidabashi using that against the fireball happy play of Samurai this weekend. I'd like to see KB go up on the Bison. Also, even beyond that, you got the OD Cycle Crusher, and it will be KB and the B definitely stand for Bison out here.
That makes sense. K Bison. I like that. Bison Baban or Banba Bison. That'd actually be sick if he brought his old name back. Banba Bison. That'd be so cool. All right. So we've called it correctly twice so far. Kakadu having the Akuma on deck, but also the JP if need be, is such a versatile tool set to have in not only just this matchup specifically, but also in the league. I want to see, like, he's had already so much exposure to international Bisons thus far for EWC. I want to see what KB is going to throw his way to give him a different look in terms of the pacing. I want to see how he's going to utilize his drive gauge, because I don't think there's going to be a moment where Bison's really going to be able to like punish an Akuma fireball game from like further distances. Hey, we have actually matching facial hair. That's crazy. All jokes aside though, but KB, I want to see what happens. I want to see exactly what kind of different looks he can give Kakadu. Kakadu's been looking so damn effective in this matchup.
He just has all the tools in the matchup to let it rock, right? Like, even during EWC, listening to players kind of ideate how to fight Bison, as like it was like NL and Chris and all of them talking about how do we fight Bison, how do we fight Bison. They're talking more and more about the demon flips, the dive kicks and things like that. I want to see how KB operates around if he goes to the air, like what's the game plan? Again, the fireball game we've seen from some of these players, Strike Impact is kind of the way to go. We'll see if KB resorts back to that sort of feature that we saw against like Rashid. Will it happen here? Kakadu says, I was expecting him and I practiced for Bison. I'll do my best. I mean, watching him at EWC afterwards, he was practicing a lot of Bison just in general. But KB says, I'm really confident against Akuma, so let's play a good game. So he's got something for him. I'm wondering if he'll be able to take the jump timings with the hell attack, if he'll be able to keep a charge enough with the OD Cycle Crusher to cut to the fireballs. Obviously a lot harder if you're moving around and trying to get the proper anti with crouch fierce. You'll be losing your charge more often than not, so you have to kind of hide that and charge whenever you can. I'm also curious about like when he's going to be able to establish that stand fierce. Stand fierce, people are getting a lot better about perfect parry, interrupting with like sweep before he even comes out. 19 frames, sorry, so it's kind of slow. But people have been getting better about dealing with that pressure tool. So you have to like establish it first before you get those stand fierce +1 crush flames off. I want to see how KB establishes that in this game.
Right, I think it could be a really telling story once a Bison player does get a bomb implant as well, by the way. There are many moments where Bison can land the cycle bomb and get their offense going and really intimidate the opponent. Let's see if KB1 is able to get that hit, and also 2, what the mix is going to be like. That could have been a big starter too. Already off to a great start for Kakadu. Target combo, stands him up into the roundhouse Tatsu. I like that. Uppercut, anti-air, get out the skies.
Stand fierce, run established. Holds parry, breaks the throw. Kaku so well versus this matchup. You already see him taking to the skies continuously. How much damage he had done up in the corner. Still feels confident throwing out these fireballs. And again, a lot of movement here from KP. Hard to hold that charge. Woody fireball for the switch up. Perfect parry from the side of KP. The air-to-air right there with L attack. Stand fierce level 1. He pressed Nightmare. Nightmare, when you're caught in the corner against Bison.
Man, I'm loving this pressure from KB so far, and also him being able to dump out that meter for the damage in the corner. So effective. Oh, no anti-air. Again, it's very difficult for Bison to commit to something like a crouching heavy punch against the jump, and that's why jump back jab. There we go. The Classico.
Switch up's been good here. Try to go for the drive impact. I knew about that. Kakadu saw the crouching kick drive impact, said, I don't want to have to hold that. Ready and prepared. He's got to be under 30 for that one. Well done. Kakadu weathering the sword up in the corner, which is so hard against Bison. We'll see what the switch up is. Perfect parry for the side of KB. The interruption, the bomb is planted.
That's the first bomb we've seen thus far. KB under the side, trying to keep the threat against Kakeru, perhaps attacking a little bit more on the drive gauge with the perfect parries. There, the big sweep punish counter for the side switch. Kakeru now with the momentum shift. Demon Raid into the chop. Low exposure, you already know it. Plant the bomb yet again. Dash forward, scissor kick. What are you going to do about this? Well, the bomb is there. KB gets to push his way. Wait! That was a mistimed jump from KB. You're actually going to be paying your life for that. That is a fully dead dictator. Kakeru catching KB slipping mid-air. He thought he had clearance? No, sir.
Turn around, go somewhere else. Kakeru, effective in the anti-approach. And not only that, we saw him surviving in the corner against Bison, against someone like KB. Crouching and kicking the drive impact did not work out against him. We're going right back into the next match here. But Kakeru, I like the fast fireballs. I like him forcing KB to shift his position so we don't see the OD cycle crusher. We do see a lot of good spaced out scissor kicks. The jump in immediately almost caught the shimmy right there. That forward fierce. Oh, the bomb is planted once again. Perfect parry on the wake up. He's a prince of it. It makes sense. This is his kingdom.
Yeah, it's a very scary thing to go up against when somebody who's so diligent with studying the matchups and also studying every normal that a person can throw. His parry timing could very well be the big reason why the game shifts over. But Kakeru hasn't really been needing to kind of show off that defensive tactic. His offense, let alone, is already going to be more than enough to keep KB shut down for the most part. Man, that's so sneaky, just throwing in the OD cycle crusher. Why not? It is safe.
It's true. -3. Trying to find an opening with the medium. Dive kick again, the trade. Too far for caution, medium to reach. OD fireball for the knockdown. Oh, back throw. That kills. KB popping off a little bit. Like, the difficulty of just dealing with Kakeru going to the air has been, I want to see something here from KB. Nice interruption, saw the hand up. Put that down. Gets the overhead. Plus.
Dash twice. It's like KB just walks out of the, jumps out of the way, but the overhead still comes through from Kakeru. Target combo into the Tatsu. What's the frame kill like? 2 jabs and a medium. Knocking on the door as well. Gets the sweep for the hard knockout, excuse me. Forward throw. Watch out for the overhead perhaps. No, it's gonna be a throw. Immediate tech from KB. Busts out with the cycle crusher. Tries to throw out something, anything really. But Kakeru already knew it. Throwing out the 6-framer. That's gonna be totally fine for the counter hit.
Step here for Kakeru. Have not found the timing against the fireballs with the OD cycle crusher. Drive rush jab this time instead of back heavy kick. Lands the bomb. Close up in the corner. Expands it just to get some of that drive gauge. Spacing himself out for that same medium kick and scissor kick. Oh no! Had to have been a fireball. Have to pay dearly for this one. Overhead, bomb setup, or sequencing, you're dead.
One more touch for either player, really. Okay, maybe a touch and a half by mistake. No way! Upon wake up, KB, and a pop up again. Level 3 in the face of Kakeru. I like that. I like that type of wildness in a player where it's like, you know what, I'm not ashamed to go for a wake up super.
Especially when that kills. I feel like if you're a Bison player, you kind of have to live in that world because you don't have an ODDP as a reversal. You have drive reversal. You have your typical stuff. Why not be okay waking up with the super at the bottom of the screen? If you're gonna wake up with something, do something that's going to kill.
I just hope it doesn't like indicate that KB's more willing to like do that upon wake up for Kakeru. Because that could be falling into his plan of like, all right, well, I'm going to respect him a little bit more while he has meter on wake up, right? That could be a very dastardly thing to do for KB to establish, right? But we'll see how that plays out. If KB's willing to make that kind of like assessment or willing to kind of like set that trap out there, it's really up to Kakeru to kind of fall bait into it. So we'll see how that develops even further, right? I think a volatile person with like a level 3 on deck always has to be contested, always has to kind of be checked. So we'll see if that strategy plays out in the long run, or at least in a 2 out of 3 set. I say long run, but 2 out of 3, come on now. Let's be real here. It's mad volatile. KB, getting the big cash out.
Worked out. I also like think that like at this point you're showing it kind of early. I mean, he had to. It's getting dangerous. There's bar at the bottom here for Kakeru. But did you show it too early? Did you show that makeup super too early? Will that come to bite him? We'll have to see. Final game between the two. With the cash out, perfect parry. I gotta say, KB with the perfect parry against the fireballs has been fantastic. There was a time where people thought that was damn near impossible against this character, but he's been doing it so close to mid-screen. Again, trying to keep the spacing, sweep for a sweep. Janitorial duties being done here by KB. Finds a whip punish as well. Overhead bomb.
I'm liking the single hit confirms into OD rather than drive rush from the side of KB. That's looking really, really effective in terms of getting the damage out and also being cost effective with the drive launch. Oh, there we go. That's the perfect time to utilize it. Bang. Boom. Level 1. More than enough. KB, look at that match point.
Stand jab. Catching the throw at that distance. It's good. KB's real good right here, too. Starts with the bar usage. Perfect pairing when need be. That's a punch and a half. A lot of recovery in the scissor kick. That tossing for the corner carry, dash up. Perfect parry. Back throw. What's your position is?
Oh, that's so tricky. Implants the bomb. He's waiting for it. He's going to be moving on in once it detonates. Jeez, he even perfect parries that? That's crazy.
In the name. Thomas for Fears. Finds an opening. Odi fireball. Tatsu. DP level 3. Gets the final game, final round, but Kakudo having spent all that bar at the bottom. And level 3 on the side of KB. He's seeing what he's willing to do. Are you willing to level 3 on Wake Up for your team? For the points. On the line. Let's see KB.
That's a yes. I'm banking. Reverse
me too.
Down. The forward throw. Kakudo now gets to get started. I think this is only the second instance. Yes, and I like that. Yeah, KB just creates some space for himself. Not too hefty on the drive gauge considering how much Kakudo has as well.
Definitely reading the variants of the drive gauge. I like him using OD every so often and switching up how much he uses, whether it be drive rush when he needs to get in, using OD to get in, interrupting with the fireball right there.
I love that sweep as the punish counter as well, getting the whiff punish on him too. OD once more.
Knockdown.
The forward throw. Walks it out instead. Kakudo, very self-conscious about the drive gauge now. Not willing to drive rush after a throw is a pretty big signifier. KB, he's turning that reluctancy into a pain point, really. It's going to be a weakness for him. Or against Kakudo, I should say. KB just needs one more touch for a level 3 sequence. Ooh, that could have been a whiff punish!
Hunting for it, looking for it. Same with that stand meter kick. We've seen it being sweeped. That could have led a hard knockdown for Kakudo to go to town and maybe a demon flip mix-up or setup, whatever it may be. 20 seconds on the clock. OD fireball. Dash drive rush overhead blocks it out. Plus frames right after. -4 right there with a pushback. Gives him some space to breathe. Time winding down. Another throw. His game to win. Kakudo's game to win right now. 5 seconds. 4. Double medium. OD fireball. And the time is in Kakudo's favor. What a switch up of pressure and approach. Kakudo taking with a timeout with Akuma.
Can we talk about how smart that was? As soon as the jump happened, he managed to get a block string going with lights. And you know how often we see in the CPT after a couple of lights when it's almost a timeout sequence or like they're just trying to get away, people would always walk back in preparation for like maybe like a medium to kind of whiff punish. He was just sitting there. He did lights. He's like, all right, come test me. Let me see what you got. You're gonna throw a low medium at me? I'm sitting here, baby. I'm hanging out. That was so clutch from Kakudo. Amazing strategies.
I mean, overall, he played this matchup really well. We talked about how Demon Flip would be a big proponent. I think it helped like really gain the ground consistently, right? Like there's some sharp angles where it's hard for Bison to go for the anti-airs. The crouch fear's not working out at that moment. 20 points, Fukushima, IBUSHIGIN. Will we see a blowout on the likes of NTP Oja, bro? I don't know. It comes down to a possible tiebreaker, or Fukushima walks away with 40 points in their pocket, and a very, very sad Oja.
Perhaps there is a timeline, there is a possibility for that happening, because you do have one of the more prominent eds in the Japan region, as Sasamo is going to be stepping up for the anchor match. Do you send in Otani? Okay. It's going to be Otani coming in with Ken. Now, I personally anticipated the Akuma pick, but I do like having Ken there regardless, right? I think Ken does a great job of doing what needs to be done against Ed. Being able to shut him down early is key. Being able to lock him down early in the corner is going to be so satisfactory for a Shoto player like Ken. So, with that in mind, what is Sasamo going to do to try to lock down the neutral game to prevent these things from happening? It's going to be a very, very difficult call-out, right? Because more often than not, you can bet any amount of money that Ken will take you to the corner at least once.
Of course. Like, you have to be prepared for that no matter what happens. Like, that's just an inevitability when it comes to fighting Ken. Any point, what's your defensive habits? Are you going to delay backdash, delay button, you jump out as we've seen before, you do ODDP after delaying a little bit, or let it rip, you let level 1 rip. Your defensive habits and things like that are going to be a lot more pronounced because of the fact that, again, as you mentioned, not the fastest ODDP in the business. But I do feel like someone like Sasamo, if he is in the corner, if he does find an opening, that allows for that same sequence to happen. I remember talking to Justin Wong, and maybe actually you as well. It's like, if you're in the corner, sometimes it's almost a benefit because you have all this room, if you're able to hit it, to hit the dream conversion. So while it is a deficit, there also are pluses if you could sneak it in. But against someone like Otani, that might be kind of hard. This guy's skin is ridiculous. I definitely want to see the Akuma, but Otani, every time I go to the stream, he's like, man, I like Ken too much right now. Akuma just doesn't fit his style all the way. He's been working on the side a little bit, but I think for the majority of Street Fighter League, he wants to go King. But players say a lot of things. You know, players will be like, man, I love this character, only use this character, and 2 weeks later they might switch it up. So we'll see. Maybe he has the Akuma if things do go bad. Interview, though, from Saso says the first 2 were just fantastic. First anchor match game of this season for him, but he feels pretty relaxed.
I mean, he's looking at it, man. He's looking at it and he's feeling it. I gotta say, he's got a nice haircut. This guy is blessed with good genetics. This guy's not only got the good hair, this man's tall as hell. I know Sasamo for sure has got to be a tall guy. For sure, for sure. Don't ask me how I know, but he's definitely tall. Anyways, yeah, no, I agree. I think Otani coming out with Ken is totally fine. Ken is still, I think, in my opinion, the scariest Shoto. I think he's done so much to kind of like break the meta, not break the meta, sorry, establish the meta and break whatever it is that the DLC is coming in with. I think Ken is still just as effective against the entire cast. I don't care what anybody else says. I think he's still the best Shoto. I truly do. So I think him not switching over to Akuma, that's not that big of a deal in my opinion. Otani is very much so able to contest against a lot of players that he plays off against from all the research that I've done. And just taking it for face value, Ken versus Ed, I think very much so often leads to a lot of the aggression of Ken overpowering a lot of the Ed players, at least from the current trend of it. Over, I think, on a worldwide basis.
Yeah, I think it's been shifting because of the fact that a lot more Ken players, as we mentioned before, are like, I have to use my drive cage for drive rush or OD fireball instead of drive rush. It's not just drive rush jab, drive rush sand, medium kick and things like that. I'm using the fireball pressure and pokes to kind of walk these characters down and find the effective range to jump in, which he tried to do, but the kill rush backdash saves him. A nasty jump, and Sasamo's going to have to be on point with his movement. Is that OD fireball? Yes, sir. Run DP.
See how effective that is too in the fireball wars as well. You know, Ken having an OD fireball that does not knock down leads to so many scenarios where he will outright win the fireball war into massive damage. And speaking of massive damage, Otani continuing on, still setting the precedence. Back throw. The
double weave. Space with the place. Big lead here. Rushing medium punch. Resets the pressure with the flicker. A grip right after. Kill rush to take some space again and try to push himself outside that corner, that effective range. The reason why Ken is so strong comparatively to other Shotos is Wing Condition is so easy to access comparatively. With the whip punishes there, gets across medium kick, stand medium kick with the side of Sasamo. Perfect parry.
The back throw again. A little low on the drive gate, so Otani is going to be, I was going to say, more often than not, is going to be pressing a lot of buttons, or at least doing a lot of fireballs. Let's get the double. Double. You got the cheese. Animal style fries. Safe jump. No way! That wasn't even a punish! That was not a punish from the side of Otani. Sasamo maybe tried to go for a possible throw bait, right? Because like after that, he just probably neutral jump. I've seen that happen on a CFN a couple of times before.
Otani taking good. First game to him again, fireball pressure. We want to see putting down a lot of plasma. Might force Sasamo to hit some of that OD on his side of things. Dash up, gets a DP, ready with the light DP. Psycho upper. Man, the initiation from Otani, a lot of bravery from him. Back in the corner you go. Kill rush throw. Ultimate burnout. This is so difficult to deal with. Oh, not too much of that shimmy, but again, when you're fighting Edo in the burnout scenario, it's flicker continuously. He hits the super to get the side switch in between the string. Room to breathe.
Ooh, big disastrous throw bait. Sasamo, very active and very vocal, by the way. My man is chilling.
Talking to him. Driver's fake outs, a little bit of the break right there, looking for a reversal.
Oh, and he knows, yeah, he's fishing for it. You see those standing heavy punches. He's trying to set up the dream. He's trying to set a curfew for Otani, trying to send him to bed. But it's like, Otani, yo, I'm from the streets. Level 3 incoming from Ken.
Big
That
lead,
could have been
a lot
it.
of
That
part
could have been
utilized
game.
here. Oh, Saso, can you find an opening? Hit that level 2 at any point. Maybe back up, get some space to do so. Tumbleweed again.
Ah. Dream. Single bouncer 2. How do you like it? That's 2. Uppercut. Double. Kill rush forward. Ah, you're sneaky. I like that setup a lot. Sasamo now in danger. He can't actually drive impact back if Otani decides to utilize it, but he does have enough for a possible perfect parry. Let's see if Otani ever goes for the drive impact option just to kind of see and test Sasamo's reactions.
You playing around that idea, hella dangerous. This man to jump as well, get some of these fireballs. Might see an OD fireball. Otani doesn't have to overextend to get the win, but he is getting pushed to the corner. Another level 2 could be coming through. He's trying to initiate to get some bar, trying to build it up, but the stand jab stops the battery from happening.
Pretty huge here looking into the matchup right. Again, this could be a tie if Otani manages to sneak it out against Sasamo for his team. And he's looking pretty good, I will say. There's moments where Sasamo could have won the round. Like, if you looked at round number 1, he could have had a dream sequence that ended into level 1 and killed, but Otani being able to steal that away led into this moment right here. Otani starting things off very aggressively.
Whatever it takes to keep him in the corner. Flush back dash, gets a back throw. You're in the corner, dash up, medium, flush starter. Frame kill for the meaty fireball. Finds a fall, back dash for the DP. Try to keep that space to control him and have the proper anti-airs. Look at the positioning right now. Finds a second crouch, kick, to be a side switch, yes sir. Close to the corner, ends it with the DP. Fireball to build up some of that drive gauge right back. Backs away from the OD flicker. Pull me close. Oh. Perfect parry. Perfectly done here from Otani on Wake Up.
Knocking with the lights. Yeah, plenty of time to confirm it. Level 1, not going to be shy about it this time. Secures the first round appropriately. I do like him using the meter this time. I do like him pretty sure solidifying the first round. OD uppercut again from Otani. Just eats the fierce to the face. Is Sasamo okay?
His anti-flicker strategies have been next level. First, it was ODDP as soon as he saw the yellow flash. This time, had the punish counter for him. Interruption, Otani in the bar to put Sasamo on the back foot. Driver's throw. Another one. Stand fierce? No jabs this time. the movement, catching Otani off guard, getting a back throw here, goes for the upper, it's a downer.
Lord. Oh, you get to set up for a throw bait here if you wanted to. Oh.
It's a drive reversal.
That was so smart too. I think Sasamo was gonna look for maybe like a level 2, but I don't know what that blitz was towards the end. Oh! And there's nothing else you can do about that, to be fair. Sasamo wasn't willing to throw out a normal to stop that run DP from happening. Oh, the counter hit combo? Or the trade, excuse me, trade combo. Hello.
Jinrai mix, deleting some of that drive gauge. Might be seeing a throw after it soon. Otani trying to set himself up for success. Inching his way forward, not using any drive gauge to do so. Benefit to him when he gets up in the corner. Spend a lot more for some damage. Poke for the fireball, drive rush stand fears.
Man, I love Otani just backing away too, giving up some of that real estate. There's the perfect parry we were looking for. Off of the Jinrai, a little bit too predictable now. Sasamo does get a big punish off of this for sure. Level 3. This is going to be significant, right? The damage is going to be there, but it's going to be so dire. Otani's still going to be alive. He's still going to have drive gauge on him too. What can Sasamo do to seal out the game? Oh, okay, I see what you're doing.
Otani's getting into it with the overhead. Stand fear drive reversal. Not too bad though. Sasamo still has a lead. There's a lot of bar at the bottom here. Bar at the top as well. Uses this for the OD fireball. Trying to inch his way forward. One cancel. OD DP. All the drive rush up. However, Otani's in burnout. They're both in burnout. They're both ashy.
Oh. This is so much better for Otani. He has 2 bars to his name. He could get a cheap sequence. And Otani's willing to play this fireball game out. I like that. Oh boy. I just might have spoke too soon. He wants the step kick into level 2 so badly, and Sasamo absolutely knew it. Him jumping back was the best thing he could have done against a very antsy and overeager Otani. Back-to-back runs, by the way.
And even before that, you saw him like walking forward to establish that space, so he had the moment to jump back. He knew that, oh man, I'm in burnout. This is gonna happen. Where it's gonna be a chip scenario. So like, let me like walk forward, gain some space, put the threat on the deck, so I'm like, I can have room to also jump back if need be. Having enough screen space is imperative, not only to anti with Ed, but also for that sequence to stay away from that chip scenario, run DP, till tap level 3, whatever it may be. The defensive decisions overall from Saso and how he's setting himself up for success have been fantastic. We also saw him finally perfect pairings from the Jinrais. We saw him deleting the wake up level 1 off the table, holding parry on his side of things, and having more bar more often than his opponent. Not bad, Sasamo.
Yeah, as nice of a guy as he looks, I gotta say, man, there's some sort of like Sosuke Aizen demeanor to him. I think it's the hair. If you were to put like a pair of glasses on him, I swear, dude, almost very similar to Sosuke Aizen, dude. I'm waiting for him to release his Bankai against Otani. I want to see this happen because, again, he's got so much talent, man. He's such a like studious player, and he's such a pivotal part of the IBUSHIGIN camp in terms of like leveling up the other players. Does a pretty good amount of coaching also and practice sessions for the team. So I would love to just kind of see him shine, man. He's doing such a great job thus far of staving off some of Otani's advances, right? In terms of like how aggressive Otani can be towards the ends of certain rounds when you see like the burnouts happen. Sasamo's done a really great job of assessing the threat levels and trying to like kind of alleviate that by backing off and creating the space for himself. I like the pacing that he's playing at against Otani overall, so I just hope he kind of like fine tunes it and make sure to really capitalize on some of the big damage scenarios, right?
That I feel like is the biggest problem right now for Saso. There's moments, even pointing out continuously, that left on the table where he could have kind of killed or getting more damage. He's cashing out a lot more now. He's a lot better about gaining the damage when need be, but there are a few drops, significant drops that don't lead into anything or that don't lead into enough damage where it gives Otani to fight back. And I feel like the longer this set goes on, Otani's willing to rumble in the jungle like that. He's like, cool, you're dropping, and I'm not dead. I can still get my win condition easily. Kid is tailor-made to take you to the corner. That's going to happen off of any interaction. You want to avoid that as consistently as possible. There's a world where he didn't get the space to jump back, and it's run DP, it's chip, toe tap, whatever it may be. That could have happened, and that I think that will start happening if he doesn't start killing a lot faster. But we'll see. I feel like, Saso being a teacher, be very technical with this character. In fact, one of the first people to be playing Ed even before the buffs, or I guess lack of buffs, I should say, more of attention to Ed had happened, gives him an edge in terms of understanding the character. Let's see if this is all, of course, the Kaiku.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Sasamo, Otani. Let me see what you got. Final game between these two teams here in the team battle. Let's kind of set the pace here. Let's kind of see what both players are about. The step kick coming out now from Ken. The exposure down below does get the full confirm into the drive, rush forward, ending into Shoryu. Gets good damage. Gets good advantage too on knockdown.
Run cancel now. I like that. Conserve the drive gauge. Saso was aware. Breaks the throw. Back throw. Saso switching positionings. There we go. Too far for the throw range. We go for the stampede kick. Hits nothing though. Dash up. Let's check the challenge. ODP on the drive rush. Back up in the corner. Oh. There he gets the flicker again. You see Otani really antsy with the drive rush forward. Not really antsy, but just trying to close the gap against Sasamo. He knows he's close to burnout. That's why the step kicks are coming out a lot more than we usually get to see him. Holding his ground, hitting Shipujin right at the end.
Yes, sir.
But you see how he's standing mid-screen and standing mid-range around this character. It's not just full screen. Oh man, hold on now. There's a bait against the DP, ready with it. It's not just I'm waiting full screen OD fireball. It's I'm in that mid-range, the effective mid-range where you're at. I'm putting the pressure on you continuously. Jinrai again.
The harassment of Sasamo Otani. So much damage in the life bar. Already pushed to the corner. But Otani again, once he loses control of the offense, he's willing to play that fireball game out. That is going to be a huge sequence and a half, by the way. 2 bounces. Kill rush. Now what's going to be the forward heavy punch variant? Oh, that's going to be huge. Sasamo trying to counter poke again with the medium. Otani back-to-back Shipujin rise. More than enough damage towards the end. You already know it. Otani getting another game on the board.
Treat those almost like their fireballs. I mean, you kind of have to when you fight Ed. Figure out the range, the effective timings, and finding big jump ins. And again, in that proper range, like right outside stand, medium kick right outside, OD flicker, just like right outside that range. Finding jump ins, walking in, getting toe taps and things like that. Not experiencing so much drive gauge unless he's dumping it out for the damage or for the corner carry. Man's being able to conserve his drive gauge, be ready with OD fireball if need be. But I like the confidence. I feel like if you're in that range against Ed continuously, that shows to me that you're very confident in fighting this matchup overall.
One of the things I did notice, Sasamo in the corner is kind of reluctant to like, I want to say like maybe throwing a couple of jumps, and it's totally understandable, but there was one big opener that he had out of the corner that he wasn't ready for, was Otani going for that neutral jump. I think that could have been pretty disastrous for him because that was pretty earlier on in the set. I think there could have been a moment where he at least would have been able to get that knockdown, would have been able to at least get himself out of the corner and establish pressure too. That could have been like maybe a significant difference in regards to like how the outcome of that round would be. But I think overall Otani, again, one of the biggest things that I did notice is how much patience he has in forcing the errors upon the opponent. After the corner pressure is alleviated, he's like, you know what? Not my turn anymore. I have so much behind me. Let me kind of back it up a little bit. Let me throw some of the fireballs as well and kind of test Sasamo whether he has the perfect parries down, but also kind of like wind down the time and kind of apply the pressure mentally, right? Being able to add that stack in for Sasamo to force his way forward is much more beneficial to Otani in comparison, because again, having that drive gauge ready available as Ken for a low forward into anything he wants to is so much better in comparison. to just kind of like letting go of that corner situation, right?
True. Plus, the fact that he's able to perfect parry these flickers more continuously, especially on wake up, has got to make Sasamo upset. It's one of those things where it's like, this tactic is not working out. That usually does. The innate defense here for Otani has been next level. Let's see if the offense can keep up. He's on game point right now. Double fireball, eliminating the fireball, but there's the flicker counter hit. Walk up throw right after it and gets the tap parry.
Already switches between the strikes and the throws immediately during the pressure sequences. Otani is showing off the layering right now and trying to condition Sasamo. He's already setting that pace, right? But Sasamo, he does have the life lead right now. He can take a couple of risks, but he's going to be majority of the time playing at this particular range, ready for the fireballs as well, throwing fireballs of his own. And it's a very long con game, right? He's going to be looking for exhausting the drive gauge meter, but no, he actually went for a tick though.
He grabs him out and grabs him once again. This time, putting him in burnout, drive impact immediately because he has enough bar to get the W. And again, we talked about this. Get that drive gauge all juiced up. Don't use it too much until it's the right time to shine. Hits him with the level 1 to get it done. Using run cancels every so often, also keeping the drive gauge up, has been beneficial. And you're just afraid of driver's crouching medium kick, so you're kind of stuck, especially when he's so dominant mid-range. Set point here for Otani. Look at ODDP, spin some as a reversal. I got that too.
Oh. Okay, does get a conversion. After the big counter poke off with the lights, level 3 immediately. There's gonna be a lot of damage, but primarily I understand Sasamo, his objective, to get that drive gauge back.
Stay in the green. He's more OD fireable, I'm wondering. Maybe OD flicker at this point. Again, a little bit more pensive to run the flickers, it feels like. Again, we've seen the jump ins as Otani gets closer, as he etches ever closer. I'm just worried about that jump fierce, blessing the dome. Driver's back throw. Timidity.
He's creating so much space for himself to like react to things, but Sasamo ends up not reacting to them, right? That's like, how many times over has Otani drive rush forward? That's a huge punish counter and a half. He set himself up for the long, oh boy. He actually messed up in his sequence. He could have got the different version of the upper. Ooh, okay. I like that look. Otani tried to be a little bit sneaky with the Dragon Lash, and Sasamo sniffed out the gap.
Had that before the drive pack could come through. Standing up set point. Level 2 is built up at the bottom, the whip punish. Crouching medium kick again, in that effective range where he'd like to work. Level 3. Juices up the bar and gets him a significant lead here. But I want to see what happens on wake up here from Sasamo. He put the bar for level 2. Can he route this back? The tap parry gets nothing at all. One more hit on block. There we go, back throw. See that bar at the bottom utilized soon. Perfect parry to keep that positioning, keep that advantage.
Oh. Ah, not ready for the back dash. The low forward disconnect. And his objective was just to get out of the corner. Otani actually caught Sasamo slipping after those legs had hit. This is everything for Otani. Yeah, more than enough damage, I would imagine. Dragon Lash, level 1. Bang, and that's gonna be it. Oja takes it down for the anchor match, and that sets us up for the tiebreak.
Masterclass in how to deal with that in that matchup. As we've seen before, the projectiles laying down the foundation to be able to stay in that like mid-range situation where you can either whip punish, you can either toe tap in, you can threaten to jump in as well. All the different various looks that you would typically see, you know, are a lot more stronger, and it puts the head on the back foot. Now I'm starting to see more of the evolution of this matchup where now the kid players have one to play, only if they have the drive gauge though. I think that's a very effective thing that Otani made sure that you always had drive gauge. If you didn't want to drive rush, he'd cancel into the run ever so often. But I also think that some of this was also because Sasamo didn't really pop off like he should have in terms of the bar usage at the bottom or convert. As you mentioned, there were a lot of drops. A situation where we got a lot more.
I really felt that way too. Again, Otani, though, on the other hand, him setting up the pacing for a majority of the set was so hard to like kind of predicted too, because then there were moments where he was very patient, very slow, kind of like taking that slow approach. Then all of a sudden, boom, drive rush forward, or a Dragon Lash too. We don't really get to see Dragon Lash neutral as often. That was very much so like a season 1 thing, but Otani had done it, I think, a couple of times over in this set. So very, very surprising. I think it's one of those things where it's like he's taking the time to sense whether or not Sasamo would be reactive to certain movement on the ground. Like, sure, he's probably focused on the air or whatever. He's trying to look for like fireballs as well. But once that like pacing has been established, Otani was ready to kind of like steal, pretty much steal the neutral. Pretty much throwing off some of the things that weren't really as viable in this season. But Otani again being able to clutch that out. Kakadu is going to be the one stepping up to bat for the tiebreaker. I mean, I like that. It was either Kosa or Kakadu, the 2 players that had won, right?
Yeah. I would put my faith more in those players. No offense to like Sasamo, but I think after that bout, he felt a lot more lost than I've seen him. So I definitely put up somebody that's been getting some points on the board. Oh, we get Tachikawa to end off this match versus Kakadu. Yes, sir. On the modern Ed too as well. So can really able to see these two battle it out. Bro, this is going to be good. I want to see what Kakadu is doing. I want to see him keep that same sort of energy that he had previously. You get the points on the deck. But again, I want to see this matchup more often. I want to see how the Akuma players are playing it. Not only because I'm interested in playing Akuma a little bit nowadays, but also like the air variants and what they're doing differently. How they're timing up the air fireballs, the guillotine, the dive kicks off the demon flip. I want to see that variance put on so that they can also establish the ground game as well, which is kind of hard to deal with. But once you have the aerial established, you have the ground game with the fireballs. I think it's hard for Ed to work through, even more so as people understand this matchup. We'll see what they're both saying here in a second, but what do you think about this matchup overall, though? Modern Ed.
I think it's kind of tough to call because this is a matchup that I don't see ever, right? This is specifically a Tachikawa type matchup. It makes it harder, I feel like, for Akuma to kind of get away with any sort of Demon Raid approach. I think in this matchup specifically, Kakuru's going to utilize Demon Raid in a way to kind of react towards a startup of Flicker, or even like the startup of like, the Psycho Spark that leads into Fireball. Specifically for this matchup, I think Akuma can make it work more often than not. But Ed just hits so hard and can force really hard decisions to make, especially if they're not ready for Flicker, just for surface level analysis. But I personally still feel it's 5-5.
I can definitely see that. I want to see the fireball pressure here from Kakadu. I want to see what he's doing, with his fireballs at like mid to close range. Again, as you mentioned, I want to see what he does against Flicker. I want to see like the dive kick where it is projectile involved at a certain point to deal with fireballs. Like we've seen it against normal fireballs. I want to see it against like the unique ones like Flicker. I want to see how they operate against like that Flicker distance. And I also want to see what happens in a 1-to-1. Like, are we going to be busting out a little bit more because we're in that 1-to-1? What's the pressure like here? Tachikawa maybe not having the best game he had previously against Kosa. How he's going to switch up his approach? Is he going to be a little bit more active? Is he going to be relying upon his just mid-screen neutral and reacting to the Demon Raid, as you said? But here we go. Final game between the two teams. 1-to-1 is all we get. We're going to get some fire action either way. Let's go.
Round 1.
Tiebreaker time for the two. Kakadu again, majority of the time he's going to be reacting to either the Flicker or the Fireball. Ooh, I like that. Dang, that's a lot of damage. He's very aggressive also with his meter this far. Have you noticed? He's spent a lot of OD gauge already, but Tachikawa doing pretty much the same. He's paying it in kind.
The dive kick hits nothing though, but again, we're looking for that option. Work here, loses the turn. Crouching going to kick right after the fireball. Breaks a tick throw. Capcom would love to build that bar back in the green and use those OD fireballs again. Deal flip again! This time he gets a normal fireball. DP Ender.
Oh, that was so tricky. I don't think that was a cross-up, by the way. I really don't think that was a cross-up. It didn't say cross-up on the screen. That's tricky. Huh, I wonder why.
Dead. Delays the jab. Is it with the OD fireball? 6 up. Wait for the ODDP bust out. When it didn't come, Tachikawa could not find the timing. Kakadu with a fast jab in the west. Set point for him. Ooh, dive kick at that distance and an overhead. The spacing.
Oof. That's so flashy.
It's not a corner carry too. Hold spirit and not be a strike throw. Only a strike. Kaku's protecting everything, not this throw though.
Ooh. I like the tenacity there from Tachikawa. Knowing the throw would work, or knowing the throw would kill. Him still going for it. Uh-oh.
No, that's the wrong Tatsu. Maybe thought just the distance wasn't gonna work. Level 3, tons of damage stuff down. That drive gauge being depleted as you get defeated. Speed bag.
Oh, this is Tachikawa's game to win. Yeah, Kakuru's had to guess so much on defense thus far. Ooh. Sweet. Big punish incoming. I might have been wrong.
Yoki. OD fireball, the dash of
How does he
OD
know?
Tatsu doesn't get the DP.
No.
Wake up jab from Tachikawa to kill. Another mistake leads to death.
That was his. That was actually his. He could have done DP into level 3. How did he jump? Not like this. Not like this. Kakeru had an man. He had an opportunity. And I know for sure. I know for sure the commentator said the exact same thing. Kakeru missed the Shoryu into the level 3. A significant jump for the young man. I gotta see that, man. I gotta see that again. I know the replay's gonna show it. I don't think it would have killed, considering before the Shoryu, Tachikawa still had his health intact. It was still not in the yellow. That's so rough, man.
But you would have been like a one-touch scenario, right? Like after that, that's you have him caught up in the corner. Like it's better for you at the very least. But man,
oh yeah, for sure. He's burnt out too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been. That could have been like a chip scenario. Oh, that's so rough. Hey, but great for the Nagoya camp. Nagoya NTP Oja being able to clutch it out with 25 points. That's not too bad of an exchange on both ends, to be honest with you. Going into the matchup or being down 20 points, you have to be feeling ecstatic. Like even just walking away with 20. That's very consistent in line with what they currently have, right? Nagoya NTP Oja currently has in total now 45 points with this W now.
Not bad, not bad. Definitely better to walk away with that than 10 points or 0 points. So take that. This just goes to show like how equal all the teams are. It feels like we're seeing so many of these tiebreakers so early in the season. I'm sure at some point maybe some teams will pull ahead and the other they'll pull ahead of them. It's all go with the back and forth. But it is cool to see like these teams go toe to toe and down to like very minute decisions as we just saw. Very small mistakes that lead into so much. That's Street Fighter 6, but it's cool to see it go down to like the wire, and it could have switched out at any point. Even with the previous match we saw the anchor position, that could have also been different too as well, depending on how Saso would have cashed out. Now, when we were to interview, Mochi was sitting on the stands. He said, I was in reserve for today, but there are too many good games. Really happy to be, really happy we were able to win this very tough episode. It was very tough, considering they had to go to the very limit, considering Otani was kind of their MVP of the team right here. So it's good to see Otani kind of show out and see Tachikawa make something of the mistakes. Yes, if someone makes a mistake, that does suck. But it takes the top player to have the wherewithal in a clutch situation to be able to kill and wake up with the right button or capitalize. Some people like me out just stuck there and be like, oh, that's crazy, and not react until a lot later and got killed. Someone like Tachikawa, ready to match that same light punch to get the kill and finish it off. Tachikawa said, I missed a lot of close range reads against Kosa, but again, he was able to close it out and clean it up when it mattered most.
You got to be feeling really, really good to see that kind of happen, because like I think in the back of my mind, I don't think we're gonna get that replay, by the way, maybe until like way later. But in the back of my mind, when I see that sequencing from Kakeru while I'm in burnout, I'm thinking to myself, man, it's over. Man, I'm gonna let go of the stick. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready for my losing speech. But you gotta kind of like add on to it again. That was, when you see something like that happen and still being ready for it immediately after like a show-you drop, most people kind of like lose sight of that. But Tachikawa is still maintaining his composure. Very, very clutch of him. A lot of the players that would kind of see that in Japan would be like, oh, like I thought it was dead. So really, really well done. Really, really well played. We're still getting the rest of the conclusion for the interviews here from Tachikawa's behalf. But man, overall points have been very much so neck and neck, right? We usually don't expect a lot of ties to happen in general for Street Fighter League, but I think this is the most that we ever could really ask for just right off the bat, right? But we did get to see the rest of what Tachikawa was saying, talking about going the extra game and what he was doing against Kosa. He was giving props to Kakeru, right? Kakeru was really great on the extra game. Really, really unfortunate to him. We talked about the luck being on his side, and he just ended it with that. He said, lucky for me. We'll definitely take that.
100%. I mean, fighting games have a huge factor of luck in them, like whether it be bracket luck, matchup luck, things that happen in the match. You take advantage of that whenever you can. Like, that is a part of fighting games. People maybe don't want to hear that. They want to think, oh, it all comes down to skill and preparation, all that stuff. But luck is a big part of when it comes down to fighting games. You cannot escape that, and you have to be prepared for those moments when they happen. And Tachikawa was. So Tachikawa, happy for him. Get the rest of the interview real soon, I'm sure. But it's cool to see this team in like high spirits against such another strong team as IBUSHIGIN. You know, IBUSHIGIN, the new kids on the block, literally younger kids on the block, to be honest, and showcasing all the different rotations of characters. It definitely looked like Oja was on the back foot for a lot of these matches until Otani stepped up to the plate and kind of emboldened his team. And KB says, overall, moves weren't too bad, but Kakeru got me. That dude's really strong. We talked about the perfect parry prints, being able to weather the storm, and also his defensive tactics, being able to work outside the corner and just put the effective counter punches, or counter pokes, I should say, with delay timings, and put KB down. So he gives props to Kakeru. I mean, a lot of these team members, even though they are fighting against each other, they're still friends. They still know when to give props to each other when need be. They recognize game recognized games. So it's cool to see them be like, hey man, I won, but you are still a worthy opponent.
I'd imagine this has got to be something along the lines of thanking Tachikawa for avenging him in regards to like their outcome, right? KB falling short to Kakeru 2-1. Otani up next to bat for the winning interview. His playstyle is so patient, right? That's one of the biggest things that I love seeing about Ken players is not trying to like overwhelm someone else with offense. Like we're so used to and like oriented towards like very offensive heavy, like drive rush heavy type of play. At least in the States, like whether it's like on hit or block, we see a lot of normals that go into drive rush. If it's blocked, we keep it tight with a crouch jab and then pursue on, because Ken is just so much of a threat up close, right? Once he lands that throw as well, it can be pretty disastrous. But Otani willing to play it out so slowly, that makes the matchup so much harder, right? So many players get impatient when trying to face off a Ken that's willing to be that slow and throw out like fireballs from further ranges and just kind of chill there. So Otani having a really great versatility of both is really impressive, and excited to see him being a really pivotal part of the Nagoya squad, because again, him being on the teams a pretty significant deal, and also a lot of trust coming in from the teammates, putting him in the anchor position. Right? We expected Akuma to come out to play for the anchor match against Saso instead, right? Him coming out to play, Otani a little bit nervous too, and he was actually mentioning in his interview, he's like, I wasn't feeling too nervous until Haitani showed up as the commentator, then I got nervous again. That was actually what he said in his interview, according to what the producer told us. But speaking of which, we do have our interview coming in from from Otani. He said, I can't remember my game, but Haitani let me win today, so thank you. Again, a lot of nerves from him. I was relaxed after seeing Tachikawa giving me advice not to get focused on attacking too much. Okay, so that was actually on behalf of Tachikawa for playing that patient game. That's why I was able to play calm and relaxed. Interesting. Okay.
He is the battle consultant. It makes sense. And again, we're going to see that drop here that led to the demise of Kakaru. Look at this fireball pressure up in the corner. OD fireball, that was so smart. He dashed up, does OD, misses the DP off the OD. I wonder, that's a weird conversion. Dash up OD Tatsu in a DP. That should still work though, I feel. You don't leak into anything before that. We'll have to check that later. I want to see why they didn't win. Maybe they're too low or something? I'm not sure.
I don't know, man. I genuinely think he mistimed it, but that's... I don't know. I would have to probably look at like the CFN, but even though we have access to that, that is tough. That is really, really tough. I'd have to like run that through training mode specifically. I don't think that's something that can kind of be like eyeballed from a CFN. That 100% has to be labbed out. But either way, KB with his closing thoughts was a close win. It's our first win of the season. We'll do better next time, so stay tuned.
Right. Otani, shout out to him again. Like as you mentioned, very patient playstyle. Reminiscent of some of the states that we've noticed before in Street Fighter 5. Rocky Bama doesn't really play 6 that much, but that kind of patient poke play with the fireballs. It's cool to see that variance, as you mentioned. Less about drive rush over and over again. Run cancels when need be, saving some of the drive gauge, and only using it for the right time to shine to get that corner carry and the positional advantage. Otani, a very clutch part of his team, as was Tachikawa. Being the battle consultant, we talked about him being coached for multiple players. He actually coached Tokido previously at DetonatioN last season, so it makes sense to have that mindset of Street Fighter 6.
I'm loving that so far from all the action going on thus far here in Street Fighter League Pro-JP. You guys are tuning in to Division S. This is only the second day where the teams have matched up against each other. And again, if you guys are trying to stay in tune with the streets of Japan, Capcom_esports is where you need to go. Also, again, being able to check out all of the ads that come through from the side of Japan. Seeing these peripherals like more and more often has been pretty interesting to see. Like we're starting to see a lot more like leverless. We're starting to see a lot more pad. I think it's safe to say, I mean, this has been safe to say since even like Street Fighter 5, that whatever you choose to play with, it's all very much so viable in the realm of Street Fighter.
100%. And if it's not just Street Fighter, it's other games too as well. I'm looking to that Zeus 2, possibly for Monster Hunter when that comes out. Wilds, when that drops next year, I am definitely there with some pad play. But as you said, it's about what's comfortable for your hands, what's effective. I use hitbox because my hands sometimes give out when I play stick, and hitbox is just better for me. It may not be like that for other people, but for me, it just works. And I don't get the cramps. So again, play with what you like. Everything is super equal these days in modern games, so it's more about what's effective for you.
Yeah, I think that's the best part. Not only with just the controller scheme that people play on, or the peripherals that people play on, excuse me, but I think it goes a long way too with having a pad in conjunction with the new modern mechanic for Street Fighter, right? Being able to access special moves at very few inputs very quickly as well. Having access to like certain normals as well, so you don't have to be as burdened with like multiple normals. Damn, they look cool in person too. Look at that. Actually, would love to use that for like other games too. Like you talked about it earlier, like Monster Monster Hunter, like you mentioned, being able to use that, I would love. Yo, they even have like the back. See, a controller with like back paddles is clutch. That needs to be the norm going forward. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maps some cool stuff to that, especially with like Monster with all like the different things that it has in terms of like, you know, item management and stuff like that. I think that'd be super effective. So I'd like to definitely try that. Maybe we'll get our hands on that. Maybe not, depending on if it's outside in Japan. But again, cool to have all these different control schemes. Bro, those look like they're like a decent size. Like, so like they fit every damn hand. Like, that's super cool. I like the size. They're not too small. 4 back pedals. Wow, okay. Nice production. 4 back pedals.
Yeah, I'm maximum gaming. I'm using that on console. I'm using that on PC. I'm primarily using that on PC actually, because I'm not a really big console gamer as much. I love being able to like play and also like work at the same time too, like being able to have like access to both at my station. I think that's pretty neat. And also like, what is that, USB-C? That has to be USB-C. I wonder if it's kind of like, if it's got like wireless capabilities with a charged battery and Bluetooth. That's something I really need to dig into. Maybe I'll get my hands on that at like Tokyo Game Show. That would be kind of interesting. But overall, man, the amount of peripherals that are coming out have been so clutch in the realm of gaming in general, right? But specifically, the one on the right, the leverless, having the 2 extra buttons for your hitbox style play is pretty convenient, right? You get to have access to more buttons you could assign macros to. And I think that's really needed nowadays. I would definitely need like a parry button. I would definitely need a drive impact button. We've seen those kind of additions in a lot of modern controllers nowadays.
Yeah, it's really just to smash that, especially if you see the drive impact instead of just maybe hitting buttons twice. You know, it's maybe better for a lot of people. Also, Street Fighter League is going on right now. As mentioned, I don't know if y'all saw during Trip City, they are doing a collaboration with Street Fighter 6. That'll be on the way. I'm assuming we'll see Jamie. I'm assuming we'll see Luke. I mean, the Street Fighter 6 characters come through. Maybe even Terry gets put in there as well, since he is coming through. And Luke's confirmed right there up on the screen. And I'm guessing also maybe the Street Fighter 6 costumes as well. They'll probably dump those in too. So that's cool to see the collaboration still continue and still see Street Fighter Duel continue overall.
You mean to tell me I got to send people to Memphis in my mobile game? That's pretty good. All right, but all jokes aside, hey man, we only got one more team battle left for you here at Street Fighter League Japan. Don't go anywhere. We come back. We got that action for you.
the new challenger.
俺は旅を続ける。新しい場所で新しい風に吹かれて、いい戦いをして気分よく飲んで食べて、全く悪くない。一杯おごるぜ。Get ready. You're done for one more. You're ready for a beatdown. Are you okay?
回収しつつ。
から時間使ってドライブゲージ6本までアドミをと。
しかしレガのゲージは柳井のゲージは
行くね。お
取っていった。
早い展開を作った。
はい、オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。
上げて体力リード。どうなるこの画面端。もう一度。
なんかどうした
瞬刻あるよ、一応。
ドライブガスですね。しかしラッシュして。
これは
きたー。
行くでしょ。これ行くじゃない。行く。ナイスよ。
なんかドキドキした。味はだいぶ緊張感あったな。1年ぶりの SFL でどうなることかなと思ったんですけど、最後春号札決めて勝てて仕事できてよかったです。
Weekly Street Fighter League Japan Good Beat Squad YHC Mochi
うわー、うますぎる。フロートテレポ。そして下からくず手足が長い。これ見ても打ちづらいですよね。今玉抜き見てます。うわー、打撃だ。ここはうまく崩し。攻め継続になる。フリッカーの後ろ。かぶってる。なんと隙をついていた。どうだ。足りない。モモちゃんアウト。入れ替わるか。どうなるこれ。どうする。カウントしている。どうだ。届いた。
Welcome back to our final team battle of the day. Vicious here with Saint Cola. Let's get it started with those on the away side. We got Saishunkan, Soul, Kumamoto stepping up to bat with a very attack on heavy attack type team. Starting things off with Fudo, one of the big geniuses that we could ever ask for in the realm of Street Fighter 6, followed by the man, the myth, the legend, going international. It's Daigo Umehara. Straight from his games over this weekend, Cream City Convergence, followed by Higuchi, the prodigy, actually under the tutelage of Daigo from way back when in Street Fighter 5, all led by the mighty Brute King. And Nemo, who has been nothing but beneficial to every single Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto team, every version of it, because his reign as the leader has been so effective on both a player standpoint as well as a coaching standpoint.
They're going up against absolute champions. They won the 2022 edition. They've won the World Championships in 2022. And now they're looking to take another trophy home. The Good 8 Squad returns. A team way more informed, again, having their spirit animals at their side, finally having the characters that they need, and having a switch up in terms of utility of characters, I think will definitely lead them to victory. Gachikun, Kawano, Puga, and YHC Mochi. Let's break it down real quick. Who's and what's on this team, Good 8 Squad. The monk coming down from the mountains himself, YHC Mochi, on that fantastic slippery sim. Afterwards, going to be the Cosmic Buster. Puga on the Bison is also developing Ed on the side. We'll see if it comes to play, but I think his Bison is just fine throughout the league. The Singularity has found a single component to his game plan. That's Akuma. It's Kawano, but maybe on the side might have a little scammy if things do get dicey. Now, we love him. We know him. It's the honest Capcom Cup champion hero, Gachikun on the Rashid. All losing the top 8 spots in most stat tournaments. You can expect him to lead the team to victory. And again, last season did not have the, I guess, characters that they wanted, the strategies that they wanted, but now looking way more informed this season. And Puga, there we go, now activating. Ready to play. What's he doing? Stretching the neck? I don't know what that is. Anyway, Good 8 Squad.
He was looking up to his leader, man. He was breaking the fourth wall. He was trying to look up. He's like, our fearless leader coming up to play. But I gotta say, I really enjoy the synergy from both teams, man. It's really cool to see these intros lock. But speaking of, enough about the intros, let's see what the teams are rocking. Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto sending up Nemo first, Higuchi second, and Fudo third. Bison, Guile, Ed. What a lineup. No Daigo for today. And to be honest, man, he needs all the rest he can get. Like he's been traveling literally straight from Cream City. That's too much for anybody. To be honest with you. But yeah, how do you feel about that? Bison, Guile, Ed.
Look, it's good, but I feel like this is one of those things where finally the sim can come into play as like a component that could be a strategic thing. I was talking to Problem X about this. He was like, sim is not so good on the away side. On the home side, what if you counter picks he could do? Looks like we're already going to have Pugera coming up. I like this because I'd rather save like the sim for Guile, and then maybe for that in component against the Ed, I'd put up the Akuma. I'd put up Kumano's Akuma. I feel like that's a good choice right here. Run the mirror match with a very stable Bison that is Pugera versus one that's more aggressive that is maybe prone to making a little more mistakes. Yes, when Nemo hits you, it's going to hurt. But we've seen Nemo take quite a bit of risk. He finds sweeps. He'll do risky-ass moves. Maybe he isn't the best at throwing the scissor kicks. He'll take risks to play that one-player game. But if someone like Pugera can corral that and control that, I feel like it'll be a good element for him. And plus, he played a lot of mirror matches over Iidabashi, so I'm sure he's ready for the sussing out the player-to-player component in that matchup.
To kind of add on to that, I don't think it's out of the wheelhouse for someone like Pugera to play kind of wild themselves, right? To kind of like go the next step and go the option that they don't really expect. Like most of the time, you kind of see like certain patented offense when it comes to bomb pressure, just to kind of like chip away the drive gauge to enforce their will and get plus frames. There are moments where Pugera would kind of get tricky and kind of like step in, step out, get throw baits, kind of throw in delayed overheads, if anything, to kind of bait out tap parry. He goes above and beyond to kind of think about the defensive measures the player is going to use and plan for that ahead of time, right? Nemo actually can kind of do the same thing. So I think in terms of stature and player skill, I think they're pretty even in regards to like the development of Bison thus far. But we'll see. I think Nemo has been way more oriented towards mix-ups in comparison to Pugera, just based on their overall history, right? Like Nemo has done a great job of figuring out how many different types of ways to mix somebody while they have the bomb on them, just based off of what I've seen on both Twitter and his stream. I watch his stream a lot. Like he's so good at finding out different sequences against someone's defense while the bomb is planted. Pugera is of that style as well, just based off of his overall like character choices throughout the history of Street Fighter. He does enjoy himself a good old left-right mix, especially with the way he played Ibuki in Street Fighter 4. In Street Fighter 5, he was kind of tricky also with Balrog, right? Being able to throw in the cancel of the dash punch into the overhead. We've seen that so many times over, right? I think in regards to what he can do with Bison now and kind of like force a really hard decision while the bomb is planted, it's why I'm saying like both are kind of like equal in stature, right? Whose mix-up is going to prevail over who? Whose mix is stronger?
Yeah, it's kind of like, I feel like Pugera's like more around like, I don't want to say like basic mix, but very powerful mix of playing around the idea, as you mentioned, like delay, the overhead, catch the tap parry, recovery, things like that, where they're still mixed up, but you see Nemo having layers upon layers of like these wild left, right, timing mix-ups and things like that he focuses on more often than not, it feels like. You watch his stream, every time he produces his stream, like right before he goes live, he'll post a clip of him doing some hellish mix. Both are about the mix, it's just different potency and different types of mix and different styles. So in the same vein, but just different in terms of the ideation of how to put the bomb on. Regardless, Pugera's ready no matter what. He had said, if I got the answer, I need to fight. I need to be spirited, just fight until the opponent is down. Nemo said, I was expecting it, so I was practicing against Bison, but it'll be an extreme game. So, again, when it comes to the mirror match, we said this time and time again, it's about the player to player. Your effective range is their effective range. A lot of things you could do as Bison in the mirror match, like if they go for scissor kick, you have Sand Light Punch, scissor kick right after. You know, there are things that you can do in totality, but it's about understanding their tendencies. We'll see who takes on the other person. Oh, it's a neutral jump. It's Nemo. I'm saying the drive rush and calling out with a crowd jump here. So I'm sorry. Playing the bomb off nice and early.
I think one of the things we're going to experience in this matchup, we might see a bomb mix off of like a head stomp, but either way. Hey, I like that ender actually. He didn't go for the bomb plant. Pugera just went straight damage and corner carry. but Nemo is paying it back in kind. That's a lot of damage incoming. Yeah, him going for the level 1, it's totally understandable. Could possibly get the burnout. And, you know, Pugera kind of knew it. He's a little bit too antsy to try to get out of the corner.
Oh my god. Drive rush, scissor kick to catch any sort of button to come through and get the punish counter right after. That's a very typical thing you'll see from a lot of Bison players to initiate. Frames crouch fierce cancel. He tried to avoid, but we guided it right in. However, back up in the corner is not where you want to be. Let's the defense like Nemo. You like to play that one-player game. Try reversal, baits it out. -6 punish. OD fault because he had the bomb and planted. Overhead, add another one.
Oh, that is huge too. Yeah, especially in that moment too, after the sand jab, being still within range to possibly throw somebody is good, but also the wherewithal to throw out the crouching medium punch with the timing against his life is pretty good. Damn, he caught it with the back roundhouse. He caught Nemo trying to jump out of the way. Very close to burnout. It could happen, especially with the bomb planted. Parry, incoming. No, OD set. Oh my god, you were ready for that? You did OD Cycle Crusher, confirm into level 3. Pugera, please.
That's Sam Pierce to burn him out. The trade, the kick was after it. Back heavy kick, try to go the drive cage killer, but the back dash is clutch here from Nemo. However, Nemo's got the bar. Cycle Crusher has the anti-air. He had the charge ready and steady. Back throw. Charge overhead. No interruption with the medium. Disjointed normals. Cycle Crusher ender with the CA. The back and forth against the drive rush. The stopping point for both players. Not gonna kill. Next hit will though.
Oh, you already know OD Cycle Crusher incoming? Yeah, you already knew it too. Especially after that sequence as well. For Pugera, I think for that range, what he did, like light scissor kick, I think he would have been just fine either way. But yeah, Pugera, as soon as that OD Cycle Crusher came out, Nemo was the one that in big trouble, right? He was going to be the one susceptible to that chip damage scenario. So good awareness, man. Good game sense too overall from Pugera. Understanding what situation needs to be handled with and dealt with appropriately with the OD Cycle Crusher.
You know, Nemo, the bomb and planet, gets the OD right after. Another bomb, walks up the overhead. Back in again, he is using his drive cage to keep this man up in the corner as much as possible. Whatever it takes. And in that range, to space up the scissor kick or the stand fierce. This time we find an anti-air. The crouch fierce, calls up the throw with the jump fierce. Overhead, bomb. Go for a throw. No, a medium. Full combo though, doesn't matter. Plus frames are still there.
Single hit for both, really. Perfect parry. More than enough to get a level 1. Hence why we see the fierce into it. That's exactly that. Yes, sir. Nemo ready with the punish.
Oh, he's brave enough to spin that bar at the bottom. Get these kills or get close to it. Never shy. Drive rush, kick throw. This time the back heavy kick again. The back dash this time from Nemo on the second one. OD plus range. Blaze the crouching light punch. Did not go for a scissor kick right after. That's strike throw. Get it off of this. Stand fierce. He's initiating that stand fierce so continuously. That shows to me he's got a lockdown on his neutral. Harass to that drive gauge. Don't get open up.
That sequence of so much damage to the drive gauge too. Yeah, enforcing his will. You thought you could try to chip me out with your level 3 from your Cycle Crusher? Eat this. So smart from Pugera. Oh! And the overhead comes in, knocking at the knees first. Nemo just at the right ranges. I love that. Pugera not ready at all. But that was actually pretty sick, right? We saw a moment where Nemo tried to steal the round away early by doing something into like heavy Cycle Crusher, and he tried to cancel into level 3, right? But Pugera sniffing it out. That was a really, really courageous slide, I gotta say.
Yeah. We talked about how risky he can be, and that was one of those moments where it happened. But Nemo, I rumbled in that same jungle too, brother. I'm about that live too. Blocks it out. Round star already put him in the corner. For the right time to hit that stand fierce as a kick. Well spaced. Good to go for the anti-air. Of course, that jump fierce coming down at such a horrible angle. Hard for Bison to hit that crouch fierce every single time. Cross frame. Back dash away from the throw. Finds the crouch punch. 6 frames with the quickness. Good against throws. Intermission with the throw again. Overhead. No, actually another throw.
Keep going.
It would have worked.
Make it hurt. OD Psycho Crusher, he's definitely gonna make it hurt. Fierce to level 1. More than enough damage. I mean, I like that attempt. I really do. I mean, we talk about the types of disadvantages that Bison does have. Not too great in terms of the defensive aspects.
He's ready this time. Hit me once. Shame on you. Buffer City into the OD Psycho Crusher for the corner carry. Backdash is clutch though, avoids the throw. We see a lot of throws to initiate the pressure. Nemo reads it right off the bat, interrupts the overhead just like that. We're back in the pressure city. Throw again off the strike throw. Perfect parry. Goes for the punish. No back throw here. Once you plant the bomb, that's just fine. Especially because of this extension.
Oh, this is huge. Spend the rest of it. Psycho Crusher level 3. That's all she wrote. Bulgaria taking it down in the mirror match. It all came down to who got to dump out the meter first, and it's Bulgaria taking it all the way through 2-1 against Nemo. It could have been a complete toss-up, to be honest with you.
So back to what you were saying about the drive gauge, I feel like that was a big determinant. I feel like a lot of times we saw for both sides, whoever had the most drive gauge ruled the neutral. Not just about like the burnout scenario, but like who could initiate a little bit more often, who was, you know, initiating with certain buttons like overhead and things like that, more with the OD sequences and such, being able to have extensions, have the damage that you know Bison to have. I feel like that kind of determined, I should say, the match overall. It came from both sides. It was definitely Iidabashi's game, I feel like, at the end of the day, but Bulgaria staying a little bit more stable in neutral overall. There were good moments. We saw a lot of drive rush stoppage, the crouching medium punch that disjointed normal. We're going to use against Bison with the Usain Bolt. The jump back here was clutch, and you see him putting himself on that sort of like one-hit scenario, play that one-player game that Nemo likes to do. Look at that, delays. Gets the conversion rifle with a drive rush. Finding the right timing against the walk back that Nemo tried to initiate. Maybe stand fierce, maybe try to walk back, do another stand fierce. Maybe try to go for that button a little too often, maybe too pensive to go for that button either way. Bulgaria read that play and puts 10 points on his side of things against Saishunkan. Kumamoto, good 8 squad, has 10 for right now. I say for this matchup, YC Mochi, you send them up. Every guy I talk to says they don't like the matchup. It's just unusual. It's hard for them to play against. They can't run the Sonic Boom game. The Fireball game is not so good. In the Buttons game ain't that good too as well.
Gachikun キャラはRashid、Otaniクラシックです。
Oh, it's gonna be Gachikun stepping up to the plate instead. Rashid versus Guile, I like that. I'm not against that idea at all. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I think overall, when we talk about like the versatility of this team, them being able to fully take advantage of like the home positioning, I understand like the mindset behind throwing in a Dawson for someone like a Guile. Actually, I wouldn't mind saving Dawson specifically for Ed, just based off of the highlight we saw from YHC Mochi, being able to go around like the flickers, going around the type of playstyle that Ed wants to play. He wants to play the counter poke game, but what happens if the person doesn't really want to play that style and actually outranges him, right? Could either float around him or could even use longer range normals to stop Ed, right? So I actually like the versatility here of throwing a Rashid first against Guile, specifically against Higuchi, right? So saving YHC Mochi for anchor could be the play for now. We'll see. But we've seen this matchup a bunch, right? What is your like initial thoughts in regards to who has the advantage between Guile and Rashid?
A lot of Rashid players like this matchup this season. Like, you can't throw out booms full screen because you just get the side applied. I feel like just overall, like, Rashid players have understood how to fight Guile a lot better. And at the end of last season, it was even. Now it feels like a lot of Rashid players like, I think it's like slightly in favor of Rashid. OD Fireball to get in. Again, you can slide full screen against the booms. Your normals, once you get close up, like Stand Fierce, are pretty damn good. And once he puts a mix you, once he puts you in the corner, he can blend you like any other character. And Flash Kick can hit some awkward ranges where like jump medium kick will just go over the Flash Kick and get a fantastic punish. And like some of the anti you like to use, like Crouch Fierce, Stand medium kick can get blessed with Jump Fierce or Jump Heavy Kick. So there's that element as well where you have to kind of go for Flash Kick, and that also helps corral the Gao player to go for flash kick or air throw, or for certain anti-airs that they can't utilize at other points. But Higuchi, this guy is a man of the tech, right? I feel like when it comes to Gao players, he understands tech more often than not. Higuchi himself says, I was expecting this, but I also didn't want to face him. We're aiming for the championship, I should say. Gotta win here. So Higuchi knows what's at stake. He didn't also like the matchup too as well. And Gachikun has been one to kind of grind this matchup out, even in the last season. You know, he has been one of the best Rashid players, obviously, in the business. Even though we see him say he looks at the Big Bird looks up to him too as well. That just goes to show how good of a Rashid player is. He's very well-rounded in all elements. Aggression, defense, he has it all.
He really does. This is actually going to be like a matchup that, in my opinion, is going to be like the highlight, the marquee matchup, if you will, between these two, because I love the amount of time that both have like really invested in these characters, not even just in this version of the game, but also in Street Fighter 5. I think Higuchi has been... I think he's shown the most exponential growth from like the younger class of players, and it's been really exciting to see him develop even further, like matchup after matchup after matchup, especially with how he performed over at EWC going into this one right now. Looking at the current record between the two, right? Good 8 squad is currently undefeated, right? They have 40 points to their name in total. Higuchi, however, also did some pretty darn good work in day one, got himself the W against Sasamo's Ed. So we'll see. Gachikun, let's see if he can be able to continue that win streak for his team.
Push to the corner. Odie fireball, drive impact right back. The recovery allows you to drive impact. Hits him with the super. Level 1 to put him in burnout. But IDA struggles. The over the jump back is clutch to avoid that situation. Has it up in the corner, but again, burnout not so good. If he finds a side switch, he finds any sort of advancement, gonna be on your toes here if you're Higuchi. Number 1, what's a punish?
I genuinely thought that wasn't gonna reach.
Lab rat, man.
Oh,
knows it all.
Oh, that was actually so smart. He delayed the heck out of that medium punch, by the way. Still got the conversion. The trade combo. Always ready for it, for sure.
Maybe too far for the 5-frame punish right there. No big deal. Knockdown up in the corner. Finds a medium punch. Radiant Cyclone. Eagle Spike. Knockdown. Frame kill. Break on the throw. Oh no, for medium punch hits with the punish counter. Stand fierce. Radiant Cyclone. Perfect range to not get punished.
What's going to be the escape option for Higuchi? He's been trapped and locked down in this corner thus far. He's still going to be fisticuff style with the fierce forward heavy kick, also to kind of back Gachikun away. Off to a great start for at least a great second round here for Gachikun. I definitely said 4 roundhouse, my mistake. Excuse me, just roundhouse.
Before that Odie Sonic move, that's what I want to see more often than not here, because some of these projectiles and the poor momentum switch it up a little bit. Knockdown, level 2, you know what to do. Push him to the corner, strike throw. That wind flow. Stand fierce, kick it at him. Black mixer drive reversal, burnout on his own terms.
Yeah, he recognizes exactly when the fireball's coming too. It's one thing to react, one thing to be prepared, but it's another to react. So really good awareness from Higuchi. Speaking of reactions, I love that. Yeah, this corner lockdown is so important. His anti-airs have been so potent thus far. Gachikun really keeping the lockdown against Higuchi. Overhead disconnect. He tried to jump out of there. Higuchi thought to himself, you know what, even after this overhead hits, maybe I can get out of the corner. Watch out for one final mix, and it's the throw. Game 1 to Gachikun.
What's crazy is we're not seeing like the most potent mix possible from like Rashid. It's just like chipping away, deleting some of that health, and if you do leave, like you've lost so much. If you don't, it's just the simple stuff. Overheads, drive rush. You know, we see like the Arabian Cyclone mix right after. A lot of good stuff that we see from Gachikun. It's what's inherent. It's not just like, oh, I've got these nasty left rights and things like that. It just showcases how strong Rashid can be, even outside of things you might see on like the Twitter clips and such. Gachikun with a pretty damn good game right there. Even though we did see some level 1s utilized continuously, it's the defense has not been so good, but it's hard. There's so many different looks that Gachikun will show you up in the corner and make you pits of the hit an OD flash kick, reversal buttons. We haven't seen like crushing medium kick kind of work out against some of these walkbacks. It's just been pure pressure all the time up in the corner when Gachikun gets you there.
Yeah, if you notice, majority of those rounds had ended in the left side of the corner, right? Higuchi has been placed in that corner, I think pretty easily, in my opinion, from the way that Gachikun's been playing thus far. And also, I do like the, I want to say the willingness to kind of throw out the fireballs to kind of like force Higuchi to spin that level 1 meter too. That leads into scenarios that are much harder for him to kind of get out of without super, without like OD as well, because of the fact that he's burnt out, etc. I think Gachikun's willing to take those risks in regards to like the life that he has, right? I think his understanding of like meter management and life management is very keen. It's what sets him apart from a lot of the players currently in the meta. I think his awareness is just so high up like right now. Like even Higuchi has to take a breather. He's like, you know what? Like I'm getting all these punishes down, but like it's one to kind of like play by the book and kind of react accordingly. But man, he's still beating me up, right? Like what are these scenarios where he's still managing all of this against me? It's like, do you continue to kind of like use that meter to punish a fireball going forward, or like next time you see kind of like him charging up for a whirlwind, do you opt to get like maybe like a jump in perhaps and take that risk and maybe get like a big fat combo off of that?
I would rather see him use that bar for anything else at this point. It's not really working out. Unless he's like close enough to get like a corpse hop, which we haven't really seen. He's not even able to gain any space. And it feels like when he does use a level 1, he doesn't have any bar at the top like OD, Sonic Boom to fight some of the fireballs or any sort of approach. So I'd rather him use the bar at the top to get these knockdown situations. Especially up in the corner. You typically see that from a Machabo player. They're looking for a side switcher away out of the corner. It's usually OD, Sonic Boom. Yes, there hasn't been a lot of points where he has a lot of bar to utilize in the corner. But if he does, I feel like that's what he's going to have to be thinking about in terms of keeping that bar for an escape option if the corner comes. And if the corner will come. When you're fighting Rashid, it's going to happen. Just like fighting Ken, as you see right here, Eagle Spike knocked down. Can he find a way out again? There we go. Drive rush counter, side switch off the corpse hop. Out of there.
Oh, what a neutral jump call out against the roundhouse as well. Man, he is all over the place. Yo, he got him walking backwards immediately after that overhead. Brain kill. He's looking for a bait as well. You saw it, hence the backdash. Gachikun, what do you do here now to close it out against Higuchi? If it's not one corner, it's the other. Upside down kick sends him flying.
Overhead, punish counter. Gachikun on set point predominantly has barred the bottom two as well. Looking for a throw, maybe Eagle Spike knockdown on level 2. See that? Oh my god, he's trying to hit with the Lizard Man. Off the minus range, hit the ODVP. Gucci blocks it out. There we go, level 1, utilizing a combo. Goes for that drive gauge. This is a lot better instead of using for defense. Seeing some damage behind it.
Drive reversal, take advantage of the fact that he's fully burnt out. That slide coming in to avoid the Sonic Boom, or tried to. And now the scramble's going to be happening. Arabian Cyclone, look at Gachikun go to try to get rid of that drive gauge. He's really eager about it. Higuchi kind of noticed that. He's able to get the confirm into the level 1 and reestablish that spacing. This is exactly what Guile wants to play. Closing it in, yes. Around the 3 and 4 range, these booms are going to be so hard to contest. He has to parry all of them and play it patient.
It's not perfect parry continuously. OD fireball. Oh, he's able to parry in time. Try rush forward, heavy kick for the plus frames. You press the button. You press the button on plus frames. Kids, man, no fear. That's the compass you want to see.
You're only plus if you believe it's plus. I'm totally kidding. Not true at all. All right. Set for level 2. You already know it. After the heavy spinning mixer, pretty ideal. Pretty up close as well. Man, that delayed inherently from the medium kick because of the startup. The counter hit. Bam. Punish counter through the tornado. This guy's American. He's seen some twisters in his day. It's totally fine for him.
Oh, yeah. That just walking back, trying to find the back fears. Burning straight. Oh, there's a slide, but he's outside of distance. Again, readjusting himself. He knows that slide can be deadly. The super's right after. Drive rush, crouching, medium kick. The initiation here. Overhead, no. He waits for reversal. No, bust out. The anti-air is there with the crouch fears. Gonna go for the flash kick, even though that would have hit it at distance. Plus Arabian Cyclone. Biding his time. Perfect parry.
Oh, that could have been disastrous, but it's totally fine. Higuchi's done that before, by the way. He has definitely done drive rush forward with the grab right in front of you and bait. Guess what? He even catches the best in the world. Gachikun gets absolutely smoked by that tactic. But that's only going to be a one-time occurrence, I'd imagine.
Oh, yeah. Be ready next time. That level 2 is all juiced up, too. We didn't see it. Didn't want a moment to do so. I think that's also indicative of, like, using that OD Sonic Boom continuously and faster fireballs. And now, a lot more close to midstream situation from the side of Higuchi. Fighting back now with buttons instead of just booms. Now, we find the jump and get some of these fireballs. The timing kind of difficult to deal with. Looking for a jump eventually. Oh, another heavy kick whipping.
Talked about finding the jumps, man. Gachikun, he knows exactly when he's going to take advantage of the forward advancing normals. And now, jumping past the fireball, counter hit from the side of Gachikun. Higuchi trying to press a button on Wake Up. Trying to do it again. No, sir. He's trying to keep the defense intact. Does find an opening off of the low. Side switch. Yes, sir.
Perfect parry. Direct control with the stand. Medium. Whoa.
What the heck was that? That was sick.
What a call out. That drive gauge. Not looking so good. A reversal. Spins it now. Handy kick punish counter. Come on. Let's strip the drive gauge away from Gachikun. Actually gets hit raw. I don't know what he did. I'm not sure what he did there.
I couldn't tell you.
Dirty son of a gun.
You heard it.
Burnout.
You heard the tap parry. This is going to be so dangerous. Gachikun now going to be establishing a lot of the damage here, but mostly perhaps level 2 setup. No, why do a level 2 setup when you can get a drive impact instead? He also wants 50K for the family. I like that, sending the family down to his grave in that round at least. Final round between the two.
That's level 2 on the deck. He needs to find a proper way to activate. The spike, nothing after. We'll do it after the fireball on block. Level 2. Yasar. Slowly, menacingly. He kicks it at him, speeds it up. Whistle button. Weathers the storm. Doesn't even take a throw. Holding parry, keep the drive gauge nice and high. Again, this has been the biggest test here. How do you leave the corner? Plus on whiff. Counter hit, nothing really after it though. Anti-air with the cross streaks. He'll take that trade. You have the lead. Drake Fang. Back fierce. Resets with the overhead. Level 3, you are dead. Down in the Sonic Steppers. Higuchi with the pop-off. Taking down Gachikun.
What an emphatic way to do it. He was slugging it out towards the end. There was so much of a scramble in regards to their normals being exchanged. I totally understand Gachikun kind of just crouching down back just in case the lights coming in, because we've seen the kind of conversions that Gachikun gets off of the lights. That was so difficult to try to contest, but Gachikun being taken down a notch by the young prodigy. I still think he's young, by the way. But the young prodigy Higuchi proving how much of a threat he is in the league. Not even just for this team battle. This cat is so versatile in any type of matchup. Like, I feel like Guile in general is still one of the hardest characters to play against, just because of his overall kit.
Like, just in general, at any level too as well. Like, he is a very dominant character, but you have to be so informed of how you're utilizing your resources. I feel like using your sonic booms. And for Higuchi, he is one of those cats that throughout the years of Street Fighter League, his teammates have said this. He has said this. He has to have confidence in himself, but when he does, you see things like just with the overheads, more confidence with that CQC. You see with the close range buttons and booms. And right here we saw the overhead landing, hitting that level 3. The bar at the bottom finally spit. We also saw him use level 2 earlier, which got him through, stripped some of that drive gauge. It wasn't even actually, sorry, stripping the drive gauge. He actually just hit Gachikun raw. Gachikun line of panic. I don't know if he held north. Got hit with him. Either way, I said a 10 right now. It all comes down to this anchor match. And as you mentioned, YT Mochi, I would like to see him. Now that you put that in my mind, I want to see the Sim and Ed matchup in a first of 3 in a long set. 2 aggressive players just slamming into each other. Long fist or psycho fist.
It would make a lot of sense for it to happen. But I wouldn't be opposed to seeing like the other person come through for good 8 squad, right? You also have Kawano just in case. But yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I had stated that a little bit earlier. I want to see the Dawson versus Ed. I think if there's anything, maybe this will make the stock, like Dawson stock, rise up a little bit more, specifically for Ed. But I guess only for like the Dawson main out there, because this character's hard to main. Being a Dawson main in this day and age is rare as hell, and also you're a glutton for punishment, in my opinion. That's actually so difficult because you put in so much time and effort into like making this character work, but like against the current meta, it's hard. It's so difficult.
Yeah, all the characters that beat Sim, you see the players traveling continuously. Cammy, a really big one is just Cammy, right? Rashid as well. You'll be meeting those eventually when you get to like the upper echelons of like certain matchups and stuff like that. Like Louis Man, he right now has a DJ for Cammy and a few other characters, so he's like, if I don't feel comfortable, I'll have to run this matchup. Even though he did beat Du with, well, got close to beating Du, I'm sorry, with Sim, with the Cammy matchup. Like overall, he's like, I have to find something different. You're not fitting the meta all the way. Not that Sim isn't strong, it's just they're stronger characters, and the current meta kind of guides themselves to a lot of characters that do beat Sim. So we'll see, who are they going to pick? But if it is Kawano, I don't mind it either. I think Kawano, his style is really good. He can go toe-to-toe in terms of like the aggression that Fudo presents. Fudo's a very close-range, aggressive sort of player. But it is going to be YT Mochi. We're getting what we want. I know y'all at home want to see this too as well.
Yeah, any character that's outside of like the current, I guess, reign of characters right now is a treat for the eyes and the senses overall. On top of that, you have 2 legends, right? YT Mochi has been a Dawson main since like forever, right? For lack of better words or phrases. He's been like the Dawson specialist for a lot of the times of any Street Fighter game, and also has really set the precedence of like how the character should be played because of his creativity with the movement, right? I think majority of the time, like Dawson players or people that kind of like perceive Dawson, they always think about what the movement's gonna be like. And then after that, it's gonna be like, man, the normal placement's gonna be very difficult to kind of go over. At least from like a beginner standpoint, it's like, man, how do I get past these normals? But like at an upper echelon, a professional level, it's like, how do we contain the movement? More so than like, how do we figure out the normals, because the normals you can space it out, you can whiff punish it accordingly, but how do you keep a Dawson from moving? How do you keep a Dawson contained? That's like the primary concern for a lot of these players. But you also have Fudo, right? Any character that Fudo touches looks great, it's fun to watch, very innovative as well, and he really takes that character, any character really, above and beyond, and finds himself at like a championship material in any scenario, like maybe like a major local event, exhibition events in Japan, World Warriors, etc.
Yeah, I'm switching over to Ed. It's been a sight to see because it feels like he's always dashing. He's always in front of your face. He is always pressing buttons. I feel where some of these buttons you might think are too slow, he's utilizing them like they're not. And he always has drive gauge, which is from like when you play DJ, where you do certain sequences to keep his drive gauge up. You see the similar thing here with certain sequences, even on block, will keep building up drive gauge and things like that. He's always having something in his pocket to fight with. Fudo says, I was expecting him. He beat Mochi, but I'm really confident facing Ed, or he's really confident facing Ed, but I think Ed has an advantage against Sim. So straight from the player's mouth, he thinks that Ed is good against Sim. Maybe that's a part of Flicker being out some of these ranges on like the recovery, the buttons, if they go for float, yeah, have the upwards flicker to catch someone and knock them down to the ground. The reward that you get is so drastic as well. And I'm assuming this character, even with not even flicker, but just like the buttons, control like a lot of upward space. So I feel like that also has got to help out if you do take from this guy. So I want to see like the grounded play of YHC Mochi.
I think, respectfully, I think vice versa. I think Dalsum grounded is just as much of a threat because Flicker is more so like a deterrent for a lot of players, but Dalsum also has a projectile, right? Then he has these normals to kind of keep Ed away for so long, even outside of Flicker ranges. So I think it's this moment here where you keep a Dalsum player in the corner that can be a little bit disastrous too because of the damage upper that Ed can have. But look at this right here. Again, YHC is maneuvering and finessing around all the counter hit normal, or sorry, all the counter poking normals that Ed has, and boom, just like that. That is so specific to the OD uppercut from YHC Mochi. He's practiced that too on a lot of his CFN sessions and a lot of his training sessions. I was waiting to see whether or not he's going to utilize that in today's game. That's so good to be able to see that example of how effective the float can be against Ed, who has a longer startup on his uppercut. Again, the ground control, so much better in Dawson's favor because he has the limbs to boot to get rid of the flicker. He has the fireball also to keep the Ed grounded. This is looking so difficult right now for Fudo.
And Mochi had said, man, this matchup is going to be difficult. But the way that he's playing, I got to agree. I've got to flip the script right here. The way he's maneuvering with the fireballs, the buttons, perfect parry, 4 fears, does get in, tick throw. But again, he resets the position in. I feel like this is not that bad. The teleport does catch him on the way out. Drive rush, tick throw, try to dive kick. This time we backdash and find a punish. Oh, almost got the recovery. That could have been a severe whiff punish.
That could have killed if YHC Mochi had actually been able to connect on time. Still within a kill distance actually for YHC Mochi.
It feels like every flicker might be a problematic thing. Like if you whip a flicker, it's a stand medium or crouching medium punch. Oh, he has him up in the corner. Dive kick. Calls out the throw with a jump heavy kick, typical to what you'll see in YHC Mochi. As you mentioned, very dominant on the ground. I mean, he understands this matchup. He was in the right range to hit that stand medium against the flicker on the whip. So much punish counter damage just in general was happening. It felt like you had to make some desperate calls with perfect parry, forward fierce, and it feels like more like callouts than like very structured offense where like, I feel confident doing this button with command normal. There we go. And even then, like, look, you're not getting that much off that sequence.
Oh. Just checking the space in 2 from Fudo, or against Fudo, excuse me. Does get the counter hit, crouching heavy punch. What's going to be the route of escape for YHC Mochi? The perfect parry. That's an excellent choice for sure. You get on the screen behind you, man. He drained so much of the drive gauge, not even just from the punish counter, but the fact that Fudo was holding on so long to that parry. The amount of control that YHC Mochi has right now is absolutely bonkers.
It is crazy. The fake out against a tap parry. Then the answer with the Yoga Mountain, or the Yoga Uppercut, I'm sorry. This guy is so good. Layering, structuring of normals. When he chooses to break the normals too as well. The fireball game, slide applied.
He doesn't even have to go fireball for fireball. Again, he could just float. He can easily just float over. Oh, that's huge!
Medium punch with a super. Let's check the damage. This is almost over. YHC Mochi with the drive rush. And again, as you said, floats over the fireball. Does get the DP, but not that much damage. The throw lands. We need to see something like the level 2, any sort of super at this point. OD fireball might have to help out here for Fudo. It's a variance.
Oh, and you can see Fudo starting to piece it together too. It's so hard for Ed, I feel like, to kind of like whiff punish certain normals because of the startup and certain moves. Wait, level 3, he has to do it! He immediately had to go into it, that makes sense. Because of the OD fireball that was in hot pursuit, no pun intended. Oh, damn, that's the burnout. How do you get out of here? He tried to jump. Oh!
That's a throw.
Oh, you could have supered!
That could happen. You could have did it, that could have been it. Side switch, the loop throw. This man has a need for speed. Mochi. Foot on the pedal the entire time. Even though it's not over, this, I gotta say right now, is a masterclass in a matchup. He has disseminated damn near everything Ed can do. This guy is so ready. My whole mindset of this matchup has changed. Mochi, I don't care what happens at this point. I'm sorry, Sim, as you said, might win this matchup, and the way that he has been effective in this, more beneficial in every interaction it feels. Maybe Sim is the Ed killer, I don't know.
Top tier, I say. No, I'm totally kidding. No, I mean, like, there are certain nuances where, like, certain characters just have, like, the right set of tools to stop at least some of the meta, right? Dawson just happens to be, right now, at least from what we're watching, truly the Ed killer. But it's, I mean, obviously easier said than done, right? YC Mochi has done so much of the research in regards to, like, what he can and cannot do against this character. One of the things, though, that to kind of flip this, to kind of turn the tables in perspective against Fudo, one of the things that Fudo cannot do when we talk about trying to contest against the normals is try to whiff punish the limbs appropriately with the way he wants to. Like, I think he would have to do, like, one of the punch normals perhaps. Like, a lot of the kick normals are going to be so much harder to kind of utilize, right? He'd have to use so many other normals that aren't going to score a knockdown, which you really need against Dawson. It's not going to deal, like, enough damage. It's really hard to try to get these whiff punish going, the whiff punish game going against some of the long range limbs.
No, I agree. We even saw he did stand fierce against one of the normals. I think it was heavy kick. He did drive rush right after. The drive rush space was already really short, so he ended his turn. Like, he went for the upper right after. Like, he got nothing. And it's like, dang, when I get this distance, I'm not in range to do anything. I'm not even in range for strike throw. So Mochi's like free to block it out. He's like, hey, cool. I'll just let things reset back to neutral, go back for float, just explore the space that I want to. If you try to strike me down, maybe upwards flicker isn't that much of a threat like I thought it would be. I mean, you haven't seen him be in the space for it to be a big threat. The timing of the normals is hard to read for the flicker to even come through on the recovery. It's the set point here. Mochi. Game point, I'm sorry. Look at that, killing the drive gauge as well. Just no help parry. Drive rush up with the jabs, knock down off the cycle blitz.
What a time to counter poke too! With that jab, that is everything for YC Mochi too. The damage output was great. We do like that recovery now from Fudo off of the perfect parry. Couple of jabs, yeah, making sure that throw whiffs does get the perfect type of punish that he needs. And this is the lockdown that we were looking for.
The drive rush cancel, finds a finish. But he had to get close enough to get that perfect parry, get the follow-up right after, right? He has to be in that proper range where it's deleting a lot of the drive gauge if he's not holding parry. So he has to get in now. Mochi with the adjustments, using crouching medium punch, the fireball, dive kick, tick throw, he breaks though. Ooh. Nice read on the plasma. Nasty pickup, double 3 immediately. What's the lead? And I agree.
Drivers forward, you already know it. Important tech for YC Mochi, by the way. Allows him to kind of like back away from Fudo at his terms. This is the OD flicker. And now Fudo in hot pursuit. A couple of lights as well.
Hard for Sim to route a comeback. Doesn't really double the damage. Drive impact. No, you can't do that. Not even right back. It's just a kill scenario right there. But I like the forward momentum, and when he's choosing the perfect parry, before he was just like, I'll just block it out, or I'll try to like hold parry full screen. Now he's like, I'm gonna get in the distance the perfect parry about mid-range against his character, which is still really hard to do. Like, this is not an easy thing. Despite Fudo getting that victory, I feel like it's still hard for him to navigate the limbs, and we could be seeing a switch up with the normals. If the fireball pressure gets better, I feel like it's gonna be still hard for Fudo to operate around the plasma. That one bad fireball did lead to a lot of damage, of course, but if that gets better, it's hard to read because he's splitting out more limbs, he's delaying a little bit more, there's more anti-airs. Then you have to scale another mountain against the Sim.
Yeah, the two things I'm thinking about now are like the differences between like the grounded fireball and the airborne fireball from the side of Dawson. Not like the comet, not the Yoga Comet, but like the upward angle fireball, right? It's like what happens if he decides to do that? Well, Fudo can retaliate with possibly like an OD flicker upon reaction. Gets I want to say like a decent punish. He would at least be able to do like something funky with trade, I think. But what happens once the airborne fireballs start coming out, like the Yoga Comets, actually, right? That's going to be like a little bit of a different obstacle course to maneuver around. Unless Fudo can react to it and possibly throw out like the upward angle flicker, that could be a difference maker. But we'll see. I think YHC Mochi, I think his current grounded game is just fine. I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of just went back to that wheel of like going to a lot of normals on the ground, like harassing the spacing and harassing Fudo for his drive gauge and taking his lunch money. But I think the implementation of the Yoga Comet would really be a big nuisance for Fudo in terms of like halting him from moving forward and just covering the airspace to stop him from like even trying to jump in.
Yeah, I think in that range too as well. Like you can do the charge up fireball. The normal fireball would be effective. It does charge up faster this season, so I think if he could gain that space and then like build up to what he wants instead of just striking with the normals continuously, he'll be just fine. Float is anti-air, get too close for comfort.
How are you ready for that? He even got the charge flicker off of that. That's crazy. That was beautiful. What a snipe out from Fudo.
Oh, the button. More upwards flicker. It's a knockdown. That's all he's looking for.
Yeah, again, let's look at that. Dawson's fighting him pretty well. YHC Mochi does get himself out of the corner. Yeah, he does get called out for it, actually. I thought he was going to get out scot-free, but no, sir. He paid a hefty toll for that. Level 2. Sit him down.
Back throw. Fudo staying on set point. And we talked about the OD comment, the fireball pressure that could happen. Full screen, Fudo's like, I'm a step ahead. Will not let that happen. Find the gaps to drive rush or dash up forward and connect what he needs to get the knockdowns. A lot more upward flicker, upward buttons too as well. He strikes the jump heavy kick. Too far out. Couldn't get a follow with that punish though. Stubby limbs.
Oh, that was sick. Ducking under the roundhouse. That's the whip punish that we like. That's the whip punish that we were looking for. Fudo is starting to piece it together now.
Trying to find a jump in. Yoga Flame getting that gauge, and he finds a crouching medium punch. Yoga Flame. Close range fireballs. Trade. Not bad for Fudo. He's in. Jump Fierce knocks him down to the ground. Trying to find that anti-air. Luckily doesn't overextend and get blessed with a Jump Fierce. The prayer hands.
Oh. Close to burnout. The punish counter is there. Level 1 Inferno still manages to clutch it out. This is going to be so important. This is going to be the deciding factor potentially for YHC Mochi. Sitting on 2 bars, but Fudo, all he needs is one hit in a dream.
Full Fierce
there
OD.
It is.
Hands like NyQuil. 2 reps, so this is fine. You have the corner pressure up in the bar. Juice up at the bottom too as well for another one coming through. The Fierce. Drive rush again, backs up, looking for a punish. He's been going for throw consistently. He calls up the dive kick right after though. Fudo, this man is ready in a form of the perfect parry. The punish right after. It's my favorite book. Into level 2 again. Scale's not gonna kill just yet.
Ooh. Ooh-wee, what a beatdown. Yo, YHC Mochi was actually taken to the boxing ring and actually cornered the entire time. That was rough. When you get into an offensive onslaught like that, where the opponent is just not giving you any breathing room, that's where you really start to see like the Dhalsim weakness shine. Like the really big Dhalsim weakness It's really evident there. Like, no real escape options out of there. Could have spent like maybe bar, but that's also a big risk. You could see exactly why Dawson kind of struggles in the current era, or the current flow of Street Fighter 6 right now. But man, something has just clicked. YHC Mochi got put to sleep immediately off of the first instance of a level 2 coming in from Fudo. He's starting to really tighten up his offense overall. So YHC Mochi, he has to find out a way other than like maybe the slide. Sorry, other than the other two ways of getting out, which is like the slide and the drill. Maybe he'll take a risk with the teleport and get hit out of it. Who knows? But he needs to find something.
He'll sort of like take that hit, like he'll take like a stand jab, knockdown. Yeah, he's close, but whatever it takes to not be in the corner. We talked about how good Ed's pressure is, how bad Sim's defense is up in the corner, and even when he tried to go for like another wake up option, like wake up drill to call it the throw, we saw it tick throw before. Fudo read that. He was like, okay, I'll take it off the table. So he just get mashed up in the corner continuously. So I would like him to do like a teleport if it does mean he gets checked trying to leave. If it just adds up to a little bit of damage compared to getting punched up in the corner. That would be way better. Either way, we'll see what happens. Final game between the two. My knowledge of this matchup has been so drastically changed back and forth, but I feel like Fudo's playing this just so well. You know, I still think that Sim has a good advantage. We haven't really seen the fireball pressure from full screen. Fudo's trying to keep this nice and close and compact, but disallow that from happening. There's a side switch, though.
I will say, in all fairness, I think this is the kind of like greatness that we expect, the type of playstyle we expect from Fudo to kind of excel and make the adaptations. But I mean, kudos to YHC Mochi. He's keeping it so close and so difficult to even try to get past the barrier of both the limbs, the mobility, everything.
True. Where's the 4 Pierce? Trying to call it a predictive slide. Now we go with the OD fireball. We'll go for comment. Normal fireball. Fudo's trying to walk him to the corner. Oh, heavy kick, but nothing after it. I mean, at that distance, you're not getting too much. Just a little bit of damage.
Forward throw, he's gonna take another. Ah, I like that. From YHC Mochi. Barely evades that anti-air, but Fudo gonna be spending the rest of the bar. Drive gauge from that entire sequence into level 1. Fudo, now the one, be able to return the favor. Could we possibly see a 3-game comeback?
Looking likely. Set point here for Fudo. Able to bob and weave against these limbs continuously. Holding credit for that drive gauge. Blocks up the jump fierce and the side switch. He knows when to block, he knows when to duck, he knows when to hold parry now. His timing's got a lot better, and it shows him that he is reading the intentions of the limbs continuously. And he's trying to strike anything like a heavy kick so he can drive rush right after it for like a medium punch. Even if it's on block, it actually is not too bad because he's in that CQC. Drive rush forward, heavy kick, -5, but hard to punish at that distance. Interrupts the 4 Fierce. The Cobra strike.
Oh, we ran into it! Ah, but level 3 immediately after a couple of normals, like those 2 lights involved 2 YHC Mochi. I don't know, man.
Cool. Yeah, at least
you already know in the back have you much anti-air.
Well, you spent all that bar. What do you think about that? YHC Mochi spending level 3 for the victory right there, level 2 on the side of Fudo. This final game fun around.
That's a small W for Fudo, right? Like forcing YHC Mochi to drain all that meter?
Forward fierce, OD, level 2. They're pissing me off. And you're on borrowed time, the pickup. Cycle blitz. Looking for one more sequence, one more hit to level 1. Need all that to get it done, to be honest. Fudo, prime position to take this.
Uh-oh.
Desperate.
That's who tends to call it. Counter hit! Yeah, you got it. That's gonna be it. Ladies and gentlemen, you know it. Fudo, 3 games straight against YHC Mochi. We saw the initial struggle. We saw the hurdles being put in place. Fudo knocked it all down hitting goal after goal after goal within the matchup. That is pure tenacity, and that is the definition of adaptations. That was beautifully played, in my opinion, from both sides. But Fudo coming out the winner? Listen, man, don't shoot me for it. I thought Dawson had a good time.
You know, I think the jury's still out. I think the jury's still out because it still looked difficult, but it definitely looked like it was Fudo's reads and tenacity to stay in and get in. It still looks like it's hard for Ed, but those reads against the heavy kicks, drive rushing right after it, being in like the perfect range of the perfect drive rush medium punch where he wasn't before, and had we saw more comments, Odi fireballs, I don't know, I feel like Sim probably still has a good time in that matchup, but I think it's just Fudo's playstyle, that aggression to always have that drive gauge and put himself always at the forefront and making sure that Sim is on the back foot, where Sim cannot make a desperate comeback. For Sim, that character, he is not making a big comeback. Let's see, he has a ton of bar. That didn't really happen, as you mentioned. Being level 3, he kind of cooked him at the very end. He didn't have no reversal. He had no way to equalize damage. It's unfortunate, but like when you're Sim and you put on the back foot, it's hard to ride it back in this game. You have preparing other defensive elements baked into the system. So Fudo took advantage to the victory at the very end.
I think between you and I, when we looked at YHC Mochi's decision to spend that level 3, in the back of my mind, I was thinking to myself, it might be over after this, whether he wins the round or not, because that's gotta be, for Fudo, a very comforting thing to go into the next round, like halfway loaded with meter, being able to rush a Sim down and being able to get as much damage as possible into like a level 2 perhaps, whatever you want. That was very reassuring. That was a very reassuring tell for me personally. So I'd imagine like you felt the same way. As soon as you saw that level 3 rip, it's like, all right, well, his defensive out with level 3 or even level 2 perhaps is now off the table. I don't have to fear as much. As soon as I score this knockdown, the risk reward behind it, I could take a couple of damage, whatever. I can hit a couple of fireballs, normals, whatever. If I score this knockdown, this game is mine.
Right. Every time I fight a Sim, as rare as it is, when they hit that level 3 in the second round, I'm like, yes, go on and do that. Waste your bar, as he said, to not have any defense on the deck. And that's why Fudo kind of ran over him that last round. You saw it right there, people. We're seeing some interviews come through. Daigo said nothing to worry about. Higuchi wasn't sure before his match, but he ended up winning, so it's A-okay. He gave some advice during the match, but it was all him, so Daigo crediting a lot to Higuchi. But that does matter when you have someone like a legend that has been guiding you in your guile play. Even if he doesn't play the character continuously to take you to victory, that does help, despite what Daigo says, how humble he is. And Nemo said it was a 50-50 match. Unfortunately, I lost mine. That cannot be good for the captain, but I know that he's happy at least that his team clutched it out, especially Higuchi being such an MVP, along with Fudo, I feel like, today. I think both of them kind of were like the MVPs in how they played and how they adapted during their matches.
No, I'd give it to that. I would agree. I would co-sign the heck out of that. Higuchi finding the right rhythm against Gachikun, both willing to slug it out and figure out between like fireballs and normals. I think overall the way it was orchestrated, the way that it was kind of like going back and forth between the two, it was very, very much so a dance between like whose mind is better than the other. That was really, really well played from both ends. And then we also got the treat of Fudo and YXC Mochi after that. This was like, I think, easily the marquee matchup for today's episode of Street Fighter League Japan, respectively. Higuchi again, getting his interview out of the way. He's such a bright mind, man. He is truly like a gem alongside the other rising stars, right? Or the other younger generation. Like Kawano, John Takeuchi, etc. I think although John Takeuchi might be a little bit on the older side now, Naomin also still very young. It's very, very cool to see the way that they've been playing, and also the way that Higuchi's currently integrated with 3 legends, right? Nemo, Fudo, and Daigo. He's scoring mad points. He'd be scoring mad points for all of these seasons. He's already pretty much put himself in that notch of legends, right? In the same belt of legends right now.
Yeah. I feel like he's a legend in and of himself at this point. I feel like he's kind of maybe not in terms of like long-term status, but just even the short-term in what he has done in a short amount of time, he is definitely a legend. So Higuchi says, I was able to win thanks to the advice the teammates gave me. Really great team for the Street Fighter League. And Fudo says, I couldn't get near enough to attack, and if I lost the game, I'd lose twice on anchor. That would feel terrible. But he figured out a way. We saw he get close up for perfect crit against heavy kick. He take the risk to take a few hits. You have to when you're fighting Sim. It's hard to get it perfect against Sim. You just have to take the hits, bro. Eventually, you have to take a heavy hit to the face, a stand fierce, a crouching medium punch. It's gonna happen. But once you get in, you get the perfect parry, drive rush right after, and put your pressure on, and really put the character on the back foot. That's why his defense isn't so good, because his long range, mid range is so damn good. If they structure it right, it's hard to navigate. And Fudo found a way, and continuously, he's like, I didn't want to be unconfident in playing the anchor. He says he's happy he won. And what a way he won. We said he brought it back from the brink, 3 games straight, all the way back, and was able to make, I feel like Waichi Mochi spin that bar, that second round. I feel like I don't really see Waichi Mochi do that. Or most players at that point do that. I feel like that's like a panic sort of scenario for them. They're like, man, I just need to get something, some sort of win back in my sales. If I have to spin that bar, that just shows how oppressive Fudo is.
Yeah, it's hard. Like when you see the goal line against someone like Fudo, is like, man, the sooner I get out of here, the better off I'd be. That's where Fudo shines the most. That's where he puts up the glasses even further. He's like, all right, last round, bet, whoop, anime power up. It's crazy. We do get the winner interview for the rest of it. Nemo, him concluding with finally playing a home game in the next episode. I didn't realize it, but yeah, that makes sense. They won. Yeah, they faced off against FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN. They actually lost in the tiebreaker set, for those that are following along a little bit late. So they in total have 50 points to their name. Not bad. Not bad in the span of 2 days. I love seeing this team find success, whatever version of the team it may be, right? Seeing some of the players kind of like going back and forth. But man, this is such a stacked powerhouse of a team, just like every other team. But I gotta say, specifically with this one, with some of the most versatile playstyles that you can ask for between these characters and the players themselves, this is I think, prospective playoff caliber team.
Man, I don't want to call, but I agree. You consider the amount of like the difference in terms of like their playstyle, like for Nemo, for example, how aggressive he can be. Higuchi, when he gets his groove back, you can't stop that. That man with the double overheads, the drive rush, just turns up when need be. And then Fudo with that close range pressure and that never say die attitude. Then you got Daigo waiting the weeks who has been developing his style with Akuma. I saw him develop it in real time after he lost to Kangaroo. Got immediately aggressive against Zaffarino. I can't wait to see what he does later on. He'll be in the home side, so he'll deliberate a little bit better on what they want to do in the next match. So this is a lineup that we had. Shinobism Gaming taking over DetonatioN. IBUSHIGIN getting taken down at that final tiebreaker by Nagoya NTP. And lastly, Seoul takes down Good 8 Squad 30-10. This is some good ass action. Some good matches.
You know, I'm loving the theme right now. I'm loving the trend that everything's going with in terms of like the player variety, the characters themselves. Pretty neat. Really excited to see how it develops. This is the current leaderboard right now. Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto skyrockets to first place as Good 8 Squad follows suit, second place at 50. We got the Oja Squad with 45, IBUSHIGIN with 40, DetonatioN FocusMe with 35, but Shinobism Gaming with 30. Now, I mentioned it earlier. I said it really early, actually. Shinobism Gaming with 30 points. They're still on the board, right, with significant amount of points, but, you know, they were second at one point, so that's just how it goes. The rest of the team just happened to score really high. But not completely out of the running, as the spread is not too far and beyond. That's the conclusion of Division S, as we see Seoul taking it over the Good 8 Squad currently, not only in the rankings, but also in the matchup. We love seeing the way these things are turning out. Top 3, again, Seoul, the Squad, and Oja. Plenty more games to play. But as we set the sun here for Division S, we still have Division F to go through, and also kind of talk about the scheduling for that, right? We do have coming up Varel versus the Yogibo Rejects, followed by FAV Gaming versus Hiroshima Team Ikuza, followed by Crazy Raccoon versus the Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka Team for the rest of it.
I'm so interested in the Yogibo matchup that is going to be at the beginning. Then after that, we return back to Land of S right there. We have Oja going up against Seoul, Good 8 Squad against Detonation, and Shinobism Gaming against IBUSHIGIN. Action upon action. There is more games to play. There are a lot more games to play, a lot more days to play, but you definitely have as many points as possible. So your favorite team could make it back from the brink. That means more, just, I guess, ideation in terms of matchups, the meta, more, I guess I want to say, just like, how do you fight these DLC characters that we're seeing continuously? Are we going to be seeing switch-ups for these players? Are we going to play something different if their team is lacking? Are we going to be seeing different strategies where maybe the matchup is not so good on paper, but the player-to-player matchup works out better? We've seen people go for mirror matches too as well. All that could be happening. You see the full schedule for the next 2 months. In between, we'll be having some CPTs. I know that UFA is coming up as our next one. After that, ECT and more so after. And I can't wait to see the offline and how these players go offline and bring that energy back to Street Fighter League Japan and bring us something new.
Yeah, bring that same energy, right? We talk about how people have been facing off against the DLC. Well, guess what? We also have another DLC character with Terry coming up real soon. Over in, I don't even know if they announced anything actually. I don't actually know when he's coming out. Did they actually announce a date yet? Because I've only seen like the trailers and some of the gameplays and stuff. I haven't kept my ear too much to the streets, but I would love to know what the release date would be. If those could kind of like hit me up on Twitter. Actually, I'll probably find it the next day. Don't worry about it, guys. Chat, it's gonna be just fine. But yeah, I mean, just to kind of like talk about that trend, right? The DLC characters have been running amok in terms of the meta, and a lot of the results that we've seen in and out of league. I think a lot of the times over, we've seen like Rashid's take over. We've seen a lot of the Bisons as well. We've definitely seen some ads. And every so often you sprinkle in a little bit of Aki. You know, not bad.
Full season in right there. We'll be seeing them at the Premier Japan coming up, so sign up if you're in the land Japan and want to battle it out and get your seed in the Capcom Cup Finals. Hell, you don't even have to be in the land Japan for the Premier. Anybody can join up for that one. It's the great thing about the offline is that it's open to everybody from around the world. And again, I'm waiting to see what will be the adjustments here. I know these characters definitely have counter picks. We'll see what that happens at Street Fighter League or even just out at the premieres. And hell, even if it is a DLC, they're strong characters, but even the normal cast is still good, as we saw Mena RD take the premiere, the last premiere at Cream City Convergence. So hey, even Geef can do it. So I feel like all the characters, well, most characters can do it. Maybe not Manon. Manon's gonna, she might take a little bit more.
I mean, however, don't highlight it like, you know, you can't just say even Geef can do it. That's not fair, man. Geef is mad strong. I think you could say like, hey, Manon made it to top 8. Even Manon can do it, right? I would have believed that statement a lot more than even Geef can do it, because Geef is, man, he's a little problematic, but Akuma also one of the more problematic characters, but in a great way, right? I love the inclusion of him, I love his return, and I love the way that he's designed currently. But I also love the fact that the fans gather together for all of the public viewings that are available. In fact, World Warrior Japan, the official public viewing, that's going to be happening this upcoming September 1st. If you guys want to check it out, the application process had passed just a little bit ago, just a couple of days ago. But still, the fact that you guys know that it's happening, it means that, guess what, you could probably make it to the next one. But the one of the events that you really need to go to, obviously, if you're in Japan, you're tuning into the Western audience, first of all, hey man, we appreciate you guys. Second of all, the Super Region, Japan #2, you guys have to be able to check out every one of these majors if you have them, because Lord knows Southern California needs one. But Japan has one, Singapore has one as well. Be sure to make it out there. Hopefully one of us gets to go out there. I for sure I'm not going to be going. I'm going to be hanging out and spending my birthday, just kind of like chilling. But again, be sure to be able to check out Singapore as well.
They'll be watching along with you. Y'all should be too if you're not hitting that up. And again, shouts to all the great products that we have for Street Fighter League. Y'all can catch up on everything SFL related at Capcom_esports. Follow them, follow Vicious at Vicious FGC, and I guess me at _Shankola for even more Street Fighter stuff, whether it be Street Fighter League, Japan, or other Street Fighter League stuff, or just Street Fighter stuff in general. Hit us up. Tell us what you like, what you are enjoying. Maybe not what you're enjoying. Don't tell me that. But either way, we've had a good day of play out here. Street Fighter League Japan. We've had some great surprises. We have even more coming through in the next couple of days. People, until then, stay safe, and we will see you in the streets. Have a good one.
公式 X および各チームの投稿をご確認ください。たくさんのご応募お待ちしております。はい。さあということで、本日のストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2024 本日はディビジョン S 第2節の3試合をお届けいたしました。実況が私フリーダ、そして解説はハイタニさんでお送りいたしました。ハイタニさん、今日が初登板でしたけれども、どうですか？
いやちょっと緊張しましたね最初は。
最初は、
はい、でもだいぶもうちょっとほぐれてきて、ちょっと次の解説もまた楽しみになりました。
大丈夫ですか？じゃあもう出場選手のコールも
任せてください。
大丈夫ですか？
もうどんどんクリップしてくださ
い。個人的にはガチ君のコールがめちゃくちゃ僕はツボなんですよね。ハイタニさん。
あ、本当ですか？はい。ちょっとまたお願いします。
まあF ディビジョンの選手もね、
そうですね。
もう解説されるときには
どん解説していきますから。はい。
楽しみにしております。ということで、この後はですね、選手の音声入り本日のハイライト動画を流します。お楽しみにしていただければと思います。それでは次回のディビジョン F 第2節でお会いしましょう。皆様さよなら。
さよなら。
さあこちら準備が整ったようですね。さあ早速見ていきましょう。しのいだがまだ続く。ここでユーサール。さあ延べ5発目。インパクトが通ってしまった。さあ抜いてしまったところ。
うまいぞ。返してもユーサールが。
輝く時間がやってきた。
これでバーンアウトしちゃいますね。
しょいによってバーンアウトかつ体力も一気に減ります。
しかも波動拳。
うわー一気に減ります。
よい斉藤。
はいそれナイス。行きました。そしてこのドリームを受けてマチャボーバーンアウト。
減りすぎ。
さあインパクトです。そのままスターン。マチャボーのままスターン。
オッケー。ナイス。これは。ありがとう。いやアドバイスよかった。マジで。いや投げたごめん。投げてたんだけどな。いやごめんなさい。惜しい。やシャです。マジか。投げたけどな。
さあここは中盤からそのままドライブゲージを全て使い切ってきました。
はいはい。
ありがとう。
安心感すげえ。
4人勝ちすぎたね。
さあ歩いていくか。おおうますぎる。シャミチューチューと
勝ったくれこれ。
勝った。
ナイス。ナイス。いやその立ち方偉すぎ。うますぎるんだけど。
結果今画面端を背負わせることができました。おっとこれおそらくボタンを押していたんですが大谷の方が早かった。さあこれは指で結局足りるか。足りた。
いた。
お大谷お前やるやろ。大谷
まずは無敵技を釣り出した。さあこれで立川バウンド。
あ止まった。
さあ1ゲージはある。
1ゲージ溜まったのでかすぎる。
うまっ。どこでステップからどうだ届いていない。
まだ当たらないのか。
何これ。
なんだこれ。
いやこれ難かったっぽいなあいつのコンボ。
そんなことある。終わったと思った。
難かったっぽいな。
いやなんだあのコンボ。今俺かけるくんうますぎて俺震えたんだけど。俺も。なるほどね。うわマジか。ダメだった。まあいやどんまいめちゃめちゃすぎる。ナイス。
まま捕まえましたプゲラ。
このね下中 P の振り方が本当にプゲラってもともとスト5でバイソンの
そうじゃない。
いったこれ。いったナイス。
ただねもう一回ユサル。
ここで来た樋口の勝負強さ。
ビソン
補正切りの中段が突っ込んできた。
うわ、
ありがとうございます。
ターンでは終われない。いいパリだ。さあフード落ち着いてラインを上げていく。さあここで前投げです決まりました。
おお、
ここで前投げ
ありますね。